Woo! We're live!
We are indeed.
Yay!
Welcome, everybody.
Yay!
Welcome back, everyone. This is season 3, episode 8? 8, I think. Yeah, 8. Season 3, episode 8 of All the Stars in the Sky. This is Secrets of the RQZ Part 2. We are here with our Dawnbreakers. Say hi, Dawnbreakers.
Hi! Hello, yes, hello. I've had 2 cups of coffee and it's actually working right now.
Oh.
The second cup of coffee was made with espresso shots poured into a coffee mug.
I went on a hike and accidentally did the splits.
Don't do that.
I'm very awake now.
I'm so glad.
I was in gymnastics for a very long time, and so I'm still very flexible, even though I haven't been in gymnastics since high school. So fortunately, I didn't break anything.
Good!
And I'm just reminded that I can still do the splits.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And I also did a power slide at the same time.
I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, me too.
And consent.
All right, so we are coming back in medias res. Who would like to give us the recap for last week? Or let me rephrase, who needs the fate real bad?
We're fucked.
A better recap than that, please.
I can do a more detailed recap, and then if anyone needs the fate, otherwise I'll take it for Benji.
Go for it.
Okay. So we started out having a little bit of kind of meet and check and discussion before we were going to head out, checking and seeing how folks were doing and kind of getting a little bit of a check-in on Kaede, who is still fighting for her life. We also then had Wraith and Benji had started to do a patrol and found something where doesn't look like a finished voice symbol, but it was definitely a little bit of a problem of something that kind of triggered a little momentary dreamscape while trying to interrupt it. Lincoln then called a meeting of the hosts together, and Relia had been kind of listening and hearing some of the hunter hosts' discussions and plans and talks while they were talking around her before one of the primary hosts broke off to go have the meeting of the hosts with Lincoln, where everyone kind of sat down and talked about what exactly we need, what the hosts are needing. Then afterwards, the Dawnbreakers themselves were called up, and the Dawnbreakers are having a discussion, had a discussion, and we've got one set of parts that we need to go get, which is back at the pit boss junkyard arena that Mordecai, the little fuckwit, had been in. Or I'll call him the Golden-Eyed Bastard. That'll also work. When we ended up getting there, the area was a little bit strange, a little bit very fucked up. Perceptions were starting to get a little bit shifted and altered from people, and things weren't exactly adding up. But we also realized that there was something there. There had been a cage in the center of the boss arena, and the cage was opened. There were things that were unleashed, and one of the last best looks at one of those things that had been seen was the thing that had a shattered, broken pair of dual scythes on it. A couple of us have some suspicions, but we don't know exactly in character what it is yet. But I feel very, very sad because I think might have been what's left of the Grudge Queen that we might have just run into. And there's 2 other things in there with us as well. As the group had kind of split, we had a plan of what we needed to kind of get through. The group kind of split up, and as we realized that there was something there, folks actually started to take some vantage points. Benji was trying to put some planks down in order to be able to make it so that if you ran, you wouldn't end up getting trapped or sunk into pits of gigantic pools of almost unfathomably deep water, which is very weird inside of a junkyard. Thanks, GM. Inadvertently completed a duelith, and then we triggered having a godcast from Speak as One. The godcast threatening that if we continue to resist and rebel, our friends and family and people we loved that were inside of Redacre and inside of the reach of Speak as One would no longer have the quiet embrace of the song, but would just get killed instead. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things we sort of left off with was Baxter had gotten onto a really nice vantage point on top of Mount Carr, which then turned around and actually ate him.
It was a really nice spot too.
It was, and then it ate you.
It was the
And then
highest
it ate
point
me.
besides the
Yeah.
brain.
And then it ate you.
Sad face.
Yeah.
So we might be in a dreamscape, guys. And we might be facing the unstrung remains of See the Grudge, the Measure Cuts, and whatever the fuck the third one is. Anyways.
Yeah.
Do I get my fate?
You do get your fate.
Thanks.
So we pick up not in the junkyard and not outside of base, but in the infirmary, in the mind of Kira Saren.
Oh, thanks.
Kira,
Yeah.
it's been a couple of days since you last talked to Ambria. She hasn't been able to jump back in. What are you doing right now in your mind now that you've got some downtime? The TMC is still kind of moving around the library. You guys have been cataloging some of the old tongue. He's been actively working on things for you to do and focus on so that you're not going mad in your own brain.
Which is probably really helpful because otherwise Kara would. She's tried to kind of chip at the pile of things that she'd handed Walker, since Walker is still, I think, being a statue holding her brain together and helping keep it grounded. So she's probably tried to organize and put all of that up in the war room. So she has a new corner of the conspiracy corner war room that's dedicated to all of the information she's collected about Rip. She's tried to probably approach that door again, the one that she couldn't get near before. And she is in the process of composing a very detailed report for the Measure Cuts because she doesn't have to worry about using her entire lighter collection, because right now the Measure Cuts is inside of her brain and she can shout loud enough so that no matter where the glass moths go, she would probably be able to get heard. This is the very, very detailed plan. In addition to just kind of working on the old tongue and trying to wake up.
Okay. A couple things real quick.
Yep.
First, go ahead and roll me your physique.
That's about right.
Secondly, roll me a will save, please.
Look, it's positive.
Where are you in the brain library right now?
Right now, she is probably in the main area where the old tongue is, where she's been helping catalog and just kind of sorting through. She's probably also tried to check up and see if there's been any change on what Walker is doing, but she is edging away from the sides of the library still after that was a fairly bad encounter. So probably reading through old tongue and just making sure that things are categorized at the moment and seeing if there's any new sections that have lit up that need to be added to the mental archive.
So you're in the sections, kind of in the stacks.
Is that you?
As I do not have hands, it is unlikely.
Okay, that's a pretty good point. Which direction? Because there is a sort of doorish thing, but it's usually upstairs. Is the knock coming from upstairs?
No.
Is there a door in the regular part of the library now?
Yes.
Where is this door?
It's the door you walk away from.
Kara slowly turns to look at the door and kind of folds her arms and foot's kind of tapping on the ground as she's rocking a little bit. That's the door I can't get. Okay. Big breath in, big breath out. Not big breath out.
What? I ladies must bend.
It's the door I can't get to. I've tried, and then I end up always walking away from it.
Hence the suspicion.
But, I mean, there were voices talking behind it. Like I could hear the last time I was nearby, I could hear. Oh, that's just like when I'm. Kira's gonna go stomp over. Can she get near the door?
Roll me another will save.
Okay.
You can do it.
You inch closer to the door. As you do so, you feel the sounds of those whispers again, kind of reaching through the door, reaching into your head, which is interesting to think about, given that you are already in your own head.
Kira's gonna stop where she is. If you're gonna keep banging on the door, you need to introduce yourself properly because don't open doors for strangers. And she folds her arms. Identify. Kara kind of is hunched a little bit with hands over her ears. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's why. Oh man. Okay. Kara kind of opens an eye. Did that door just open?
Yes, it did.
Hello? Somebody else there? Kind of in my head. Why are... Who's there?
Beyond the door, it is black, pitch black. The kind of black that absorbs light and concepts. And as you stare into it, roll me another will save.
That's about right.
You cease moving. You want to walk through that door.
Kara is curiosity. She's going to start walking forward.
Roll me a random, please. Roll me your luck.
That's also pretty accurate.
The library is filled with silence as you walk towards the door. The effigy of the measure cuts that sort of takes up residence in your brain starts to move towards you. And even Walker, its eyes typically closed, or whatever passes for eyes for a smoky figure, its head slowly turns towards you. But you are too far away.
Is the door open where it pushes and opens into? So can Kira grab the doorknob?
Back in the scrapyard.
Fuck you. I was really interested in that.
We'll check back in with Kira soon.
Right.
All right, everyone. Give me your luck. Holding steady.
Oops.
I think I'd rather a 666. At least that'd be high.
Lincoln, re-roll.
Oh.
Nell, re-roll.
Mm.
Good.
Oh,
Ooh, good.
wow. This is holding steady.
I thought my 40 was bad.
Lincoln, I am compelling you on prone to disaster.
I don't really have much of a choice.
Just
I've rolled a 2.
die.
I make no promises. Unfortunately, I cannot. So, great. Hit me. What do we got?
You're prone to disaster, my guy.
I am.
As you look around, so we're gonna check in with Lincoln real quick, and then we're gonna go back into turn order. Lincoln, you see a yawning maw, like the pits of hell, just kind of spread open beneath Baxter, and Baxter vanishes. You see that around the rest of this scrapyard, people are being suddenly attacked. Everything has kind of gone to shit very quickly. How you doing?
Not great.
Where did you have the hosts that you guys wanted for sort of tailing nearby?
The hosts that I wanted were mainly circling the perimeter, and it was the club kids and the dawn breakers that were working to scavenge inside.
Okay.
If there were hosts that were capable of coming in, I would have had them with Dax's team.
Okay. So Dax's team, if I remember correctly, was 2 rounds out from you guys because
Yes.
they had left after you.
Mhm.
Let's just see where they're at right now.
Oh, god damn it.
Another round out. Okay. You hear from Dax that they are still a little ways out as somebody calls you to check in. And you get a call from Atticus.
Oh boy. Lincoln will pop the phone as he tries to hunker down and get some cover.
What's going
Where
on?
are you?
We're nearby. What's going on?
One of my guys got swallowed, and everyone's going through some very ceaseless conflict. I'm guessing you guys heard the Godcast, or at least the kids did.
Yes, everyone heard it. I'm directed at you, I assume.
Yeah, something like that. I'm thinking we triggered something, otherwise I don't think everyone would be on our ass this much. How far out are you guys?
We're maybe 5 minutes, tops.
I'm trying to hold out, but I gotta try to get as many pieces as we can for this tower, and then we gotta fucking bail.
Right. I'll radio back to Damien and have him load up the hammer.
Alright.
We're on the way.
Great. I gotta try to get one of my guys out of the fucking mounds of cars that just swallowed him whole. And it just hangs up. Jack.
Huh?
Baxter just got swallowed up by those cars over there. Can you help get him out?
He's got a... Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah,
And Jack's gonna try to see if he could use his bullwhip to provide a rope for Baxter to climb up as he tries to get up there.
All right. So, Jack, you start making your way towards the Tower of Cars. Speaking of which, Baxter,
Yes.
you are tumbling through debris and sharp sheet metal and massive just chunks that have sort of suddenly ripped apart as these cars had suddenly imploded beneath you. You're going to be in some trouble.
Oh no.
Roll me your athletics, and I'm going to tell you what the difficulties are before you roll. if you want to half the damage that you're going to take from all of this debris, and this is just for the fall, the part where you hit the ground is a separate roll, so we'll get to that in a minute.
Quick question.
Yes,
Am I still stacking everything that I had before?
you still have all your stacks.
Okay.
The difficulty to half the damage from all of the debris is 7 or better.
Okay.
To fully negate the damage, you need to hit a 14. Cool?
Okay. I rolled a 10.
Okay. Baxter, you take 3 shifts of physical damage. How do you want to take that damage?
I will take that 2 miles.
You're going to take 2 miles? Okay. One of your milds is going to be nasty bruises. The other mild is going to be cuts and gouges.
Okay.
Okay. You're continuing to fall. You fall for quite a while as you are trying to maneuver yourself. What are you doing in this moment? Are you trying to sort of like kick off of things to avoid taking the brunt of the damage from like the pieces of cars falling with you? Are you just trying to maneuver in the air? What are you doing, Baxter?
He is trying to avoid any possible debris that he can.
Okay. You are falling, and as you start falling a little bit further, you see that there is a massive, jagged, sharp, razor sharp piece of sheet metal sticking out in your path. If you don't avoid that sheet metal, it will bisect you.
Oh shit.
The difficulty here is a 9. Roll me your athletics.
Oh,
Okay.
thank God.
You kick out of the way and you manage to narrowly avoid getting cut in half. You do still take 2 shifts of physical damage from all the other shit around you. How do you want to take that?
I guess I'm gonna have to take a moderate now.
Are you out of stress boxes?
Oh no.
You can take stress.
Yeah, I'll take stress. So that's 2 stress?
That's 2 stress.
Okay.
You take it as 2 physical stress.
Alright, yeah.
Okay. You're still falling. You're still falling for a while. Roll me a notice, please. Danger sense does apply if you have it.
Okay. Notice is a 3. Oh,
Ooh.
damn!
That's very good for you.
Ooh.
As you are falling, you notice a few things. First and foremost, you notice that what is around you is way too wide and way too dark for this to still be the inside of the Tower of Cars. You're subterranean now. The second thing you notice is that there is so much debris that you don't think it was just cars in that hole that you had come through, and that there had been so much up there, you're wondering if maybe something dislodged and collapsed. And finally, you realize that you can't see the ground yet.
Where the fuck is the ground?
You're still falling. Roll me an insight. Take a +2. The maze goes deep. Very deep. You're falling probably in the maze at this point. And as the seconds tick past and you continue to plummet and you gain speed, you start to see the ground. You start to see that the ground is solid concrete. Probably poured not too long ago. It doesn't look super worn. Still that weird varnished white that you're used to seeing in the maze inside of Redacre. And you're still picking up speed. there are people below you, you notice. As debris starts raining down around you, it heavier than you and therefore falling faster, crashing into the ground, you hear screams as some people get flattened. There are... roll me one... Actually, no. You crit on your notice. You see lucids and sleepers below you. Throngs of them. You see that there are a lot more that are on the perimeter of this massive chamber that you are falling into, as if they are digging it wider and deeper. Baxter, you have one shot to survive this fall. If you hit the ground at the speed that you're going right now, you're going to die.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not going to tell you how to survive this, but I am going to tell you that you do have the tools to do it. How do you want to get through this alive?
Can I use Unstoppable and Death's Throne? Oh, and Climbing Gear.
Your climbing gear's not going to help you right now because you can't fix it to anything. Are you running grappling hook or are you running crossbow right now?
Fuck. Crossbow.
Okay.
Can he use his crossbow to grab onto something?
No, but Unstoppable might save you.
Okay, he's gonna use Unstoppable then.
I will tell you that the distance that you are falling, you're still going to take some damage. Belief is not powerful enough to override falling from the height that you have dropped. But you won't die.
Okay, good.
You activate Unstoppable, go ahead and mark it.
Yep.
You're at Unstoppable 5, so I believe you get 4 rounds of it?
I do, and Unstoppable's 5 is also... I get to negate a severe consequence. Or something like that.
Let me check.
I think you're thinking about your voice ability.
Yeah, the voice ability.
Your voice ability will allow you to do that. But yes, so Unstoppable is on for 4.
Yeah.
Right. What's going to happen next is that you're going to be rolling me 3 physique rolls. I'm going to aggregate it, and that is how much damage you take away from the overall. The fall from the height that you are taking would have done 40 damage to you.
Oh my god.
It is a long drop, with a lot of debris around you and a lot of things that are going to hurt you when you fall onto them. Because you have activated Unstoppable, the difficulty, or the damage that you would normally be taking is instead 20. Your 3 physique rolls are going to take away from that damage. I will give you the opportunity to boost as necessary, okay?
Okay.
All right. Give me your first physique roll. Give me your second. And give me your third. If you hit as is and don't do any boosts, you will take 13 damage from this fall.
Oh no, I'm boosting the last one.
Okay, you're gonna boost the last one, or do you want to boost it or re-roll it?
Actually, I will re-roll the last one. Can I boost the other 2?
Yes, you can. That's gonna cost you 3 fate.
Okay.
Then give me 1 sec.
Ugh.
Oh, holy shit! That'll allow you to negate 15 damage.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Assimilable.
Holy fuck.
Holy shit! I guess.
Yeah, so they're 5s each. I have 2 physical boxes left. Or physical stress. So can I take those 2? Okay. I only have a moderate and then a severe. Okay,
Hey,
I'll do
GM.
that then.
You are muted right now.
On stream.
Your moderate consequence, Senti, is, let's go, dislocated shoulder. As you hit the ground hard. And you take 1 stress, but you are alive. How's everyone doing?
Great.
Living my life.
I'm here. I exist.
So in about 10 minutes, I'm going to need to step away for a sec. So we will go ahead and just go around, see where everybody's at, and then we will proceed with combat after I run downstairs and talk to my father. All right.
Say hi to him for me.
Shall. We know where Lincoln's at. We know where Baxter is. Wraith, you are still on top of the roof of the kind of central building, yes?
Yep.
You have seen Baxter sort of disappear into a mountain of cars. And Wraith, as you are watching this, you see that the rest of the mountain of cars suddenly caves in as this original sort of small shaft becomes a sinkhole. And large parts of the rest of the scrapyard begin to start falling in.
Is this the freaking hole in the speakeasy symbol?
As it so happens.
God damn it.
Oh, great.
Aw.
The one spot I chose.
Uh-huh.
Not good.
Right.
Do you change anything about what you're doing at this moment?
He's going to keep point, but he will sort of try to get Nell and Aurelia's attention because he also saw the thing dart off in Jean's direction.
Yes. One of the creatures has run off towards Jean. Jean sort of ducked behind a pile of scrap and laid waste to his phone with an axe.
So he's gonna try to get Nell and Aurelia's attention and direct them that way.
Okay, so you're directing attention.
Yeah. He's gonna keep point because he's got advantage, but they're more the melee fighters than him.
Okay, so you're directing attention. Just to let everybody know, we're checking in with everyone real quick, and then we will pause for a moment, and then we will come back in on turn order and continue the conflict. As yes, this is indeed a conflict. So that is what Wraith is doing. Alex, you're still tinkering away inside of the crane, yes, because it was determined that the crane can be remote operated, and you're trying to disable that.
Right, she's trying to disable the remote operation and keep an eye out for any threats that might be approaching.
Okay. Go ahead and just roll me a notice with danger sense.
Jade, help!
Roll me,
On my laptop.
roll me a notice with danger sense and an insight, if you please.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm still putting together my laptop.
Okay. So that's the notice.
Okay.
And then you said insight?
Yes.
There's the insight.
Cool. So in this moment, Alex, as you are tinkering, you hear the shriek of metal as the collapse happens over underneath Baxter. You see him vanish kind of into a hole. You see the creatures suddenly, as your attention is taken away from the console, you see that these strange looking creatures, they're almost human, but not human enough to pass as they have suddenly started attacking your team. And you see the edges of that hole now, that is where Baxter had once been, starting to very slowly crumple in. And you get the feeling that this whole place is going to go unless you get your stuff and go soon. And if you lose the materials here, furthermore, you guys may not have another shot. So getting everything and getting it out is kind of the utmost importance.
Yeah, so her seeing this and realizing the whole place is gonna be coming down, pretty sure stealth is a no-go. She's gonna shout to them, "We need to get everything and go. This place is gonna fall apart."
Okay. And then you continue working on the crane. You were planning to use the crane to lift some of the materials out, yes?
Yeah, because they're gonna have to do it quickly. So that's what she'll do. Use the crane to help get the materials they need.
Okay. That's what Alex is up to. Aurelia, you are kind of in the thick of things down on the ground. What are you doing in this moment as you see Baxter get swallowed by a sinkhole?
I honestly think she might have been too busy on the small piece of saboteur she was using.
Roll me, go ahead and roll me a flat notice since you're distracted, but you have danger sense, so they cancel out.
Yo.
Jesus Christ. Aurelia,
this is going to turn badly soon.
Saboteur is doing something for you in this moment. You are connecting it and opposing the song in the same motion. And you hear everything going on around you. You hear the broken pieces of... Roll me an insight real quick. We'll say that's high enough to hear, as you are using Saboteur and this sort of dome of almost quiet sort of counter music drifts around you with Saboteur, you hear through the creatures that are kind of moving through your team familiar melodies, not because they're familiar to you, but because they are familiar to the song now. Things that have been absorbed, integrated, reincorporated. You feel them sort of as if they were collapsing or had collapsed and are now just the remnants and husks of what they had been repurposed for something that they are opposed to. You get the sensation that this is a turning point in a very long war, as you are now sort of the center and the focal point of a very tiny bubble of anti-song in a sea of ungodly loud music. And you feel it pressing in on you, and you realize that that declaration of war that you just heard, and it was indeed that, a declaration of war, was a threat that they are following up on now. You guys did indeed trigger something, and you are now, Aurelia, at the very center, the apex of everything that is going on now. What is Aurelia doing right now? Do you continue to just pour yourself into Saboteur? Or do you change tactics? Do you move towards your teammates? What do you want to do here?
Her plan was to keep Saboteur up at least a small bit, enough to be able to call to HTS about the thing that Mordecai might have been looking for in this place.
Okay.
Because HTS was not able to... He was able to, like, try to get to her. She could feel him, but he couldn't talk to her. That's why she used Saboteur in the first place.
Right. Okay.
And she might
Baxter?
also probably look up to Rafe to be like, hand tag, crabby hands.
Baxter, we know where you're at. Jean, you are kind of behind and tucked away as you have smashed your phone with an axe. You hear the chaos going on in the background. Is Jean doing anything else different in this moment, or are you basically getting ready for war? Or we can come back to Jean.
Jean might be still beanbag.
It is possible. Gina's on the floor,
He's
but
on the
Gina's also
floor.
getting ready for war. Okay. Benji,
Yep.
what you doing, buddy?
Well, what has Benji been able to notice? When we left off, Benji had inadvertently managed to accidentally make the duelith, from how he was trying to make it so that they wouldn't drown.
Mm-hmm.
So with
shit.
Saboteur cutting, yeah.
He is here sooner than I thought.
Oh,
Okay, let's pause for just a moment and we will come
Yeah.
back to Benji.
okay,
We'll be back in a moment.
okay.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Wraith, I hate that.
what'd you send him?
It's a little humorous.
Bone
bone.
puns. It's a bone pun. Little humorous. Yeah, that's right.
What he sent me.
Wow. All right, kids. Benji.
Okay.
So this is your fault. How do you feel?
Really bad for one. Do I need to roll something on that?
I would roll a will save.
Oh. Look at that. He's still holding out, I think. Kind of, unless I'm at disadvantage.
No, you're okay right now.
Yay.
Where is your mind in this moment? What are you doing?
Benji is probably a combination of very frustrated and actually really pissed off at Kane, who texted him. He'd fired a response back and then shoved his phone away. And he probably has a fairly almost, I would say, a combination of both guilt and desperation of he kind of made a little bit of a promise to himself with the aspects he invoked calculated risk on to not let them get hurt because that's already fucked them over so badly. So he's probably frustrated and angry, not quite irrational about it, but he's looking to see, other than Baxter, who's in danger, who needs help. That way they don't leave their backs open again.
You see that Jack has started to move towards the now sinkhole. You see that Lincoln kind of ducked off to the side to find or probably make a phone call. You see that Wraith is working on trying to direct the attention of the kind of the heavier hitters as to what is going on. You guys haven't seen Gene yet. He's still kind of ducked out of the out of sight, off behind something. So you do see that there is a lot going on.
If Wraith is trying to direct attention to something, what is it? It's the weird things, right?
Wraith?
It's the weird things, but specifically towards the one he saw just kind of bloodhound off that he's worried about. So he's directing towards where it went.
So the one that's going towards Gene.
Yeah.
Can Benji scramble to head there so that way Gene's got backup?
You can start making your way that direction. So Benji's actions are going to be to move towards Gene to give Gene backup.
Yes.
Nell, you just saw cars swallow a kid. How do you feel?
Probably the first time she's seen that.
It's wild out here, huh?
A little bit. Not used to it.
Where is your mind at right now?
She's in protect mode.
Okay. You see that Wraith has tried to direct your attention towards one of the creatures that is moving towards Gene. You can see that Benji is heading that direction as well. There are at least one other that you guys have seen so far. And there is a suspicion that there is a third, but nobody has fully seen it yet.
Was there one by Skybeam that I saw? Or did that one fuck off?
That one moved towards Gene after the sound of Gene hitting his phone with an axe.
Okay. Fuck, I don't want to leave. Nell will sign to Wraith to cover Aurelia. And she's gonna start making her way towards Gene as well.
Okay. So Nell is gonna join up with Benji as you guys go off towards Gene, who, unbeknownst to Gene so far, is about to be accosted.
She's like I mean, stealth is out, right? Stealth at this point.
That's a pretty safe assumption.
All right, then she'd sprint over that way.
Jack, you're making your way towards the sinkhole now, yes?
Aye, Captain.
You start approaching the sinkhole. You see that it is getting wider and that the ground beneath it is decidedly more unstable than you guys had really understood. As the sinkhole itself is one in the middle of this duolith sort of icon, and two had been full of more than just old cars. As you kind of approach the edge of the sinkhole, or the edge of where you think it's safe to approach before it would start to cave in further, you see more than just cars. You see, yes, the crushed bodies of cars, but you also see a lot of other electronic scrap, a lot of sheet metal, a lot of what looks like old, basically appliances. You see a couple of like ancient stoves and washers and dryers and all kinds of things that have been either shredded or partially shredded and are also in that hole, as if they had been moving a lot of that down into the earth for whatever reason. You can't really tell why. But you get the sense that this area was used for more than just a scrapyard for a while.
They've been scrapping the towns they've been in control of, sounds like.
Entirely possible.
But that is a theory for later. In the meantime, this thing is deeper than down to the floor, ain't it?
Sure is. You can, from your vantage, you can peer into this giant hole and you can see how deep it goes. You see that it does not, like, there isn't light in this shaft until the very bottom. You can't see Baxter's features, but you can kind of see where he hit the ground. Baxter is tiny from this vantage. It's a long way down.
Fuck me. Shit. Since he now has a vantage point, for now, he's gonna quickly look around to see if he can, one, identify the rest where everyone else is, and identify any threat coming towards them.
Go ahead and give me a quick notice with danger sense, if you've got danger sense.
Ah! No.
Jack sees no danger.
Jack sees no danger, only
He
things
is.
He is.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. Reroll. It's not an omen, at least.
Let's discuss this.
Uh-huh.
Actually, yeah, I would like, do we still have the situational aspect? It was like something awry, or what was it?
Yes, I am tweaking the scene aspects real quick. Give me one moment.
Because I can use scene aspects.
Had to add something.
Giant sinkhole.
Something doesn't feel right. I'd like to use a fate to re-roll off of that.
Sure, go for it.
Yay, and I didn't have to use my own.
That's what they're there for.
4 is a lot better than -1.
It sure is. It's a shift of 5, in fact. You can, as you do a quick scan, you can see kind of what is going on here on the surface. You see Lincoln duck behind some scrap as he gets a phone call, as he tries to call in reinforcements. You see Aurelia kind of at the epicenter of all of this. You see Wraith is up on a building still. You see Alex is tinkering inside of the cockpit of the large crane. And you can see Nell and Benji moving towards where you had last seen Jean. So you do see that there's a lot going on. You see that there's at least one creature that is making a beeline for where Jean is at. Somebody had called out a second one. You guys haven't seen it since it was called out. And you feel like there is something else here as well. But on top of all of that, if you look back into the sinkhole, you can also see that there are throngs of sleepers down below, or what you assume are probably sleepers, judging from the way that they're moving, kind of like, zombies. As things continue to fall down into the hole.
Right.
Where is Jack's mind at right now?
Jack's mind is all at action and the person he can most effectively help, which seems to be Jean dealing with that little beastie there.
Okay.
I've got a bullwhip.
Okay.
There's a lot of precariously placed big metal heavy objects here.
Mm-hmm.
Can Jack literally pull one of those on the big monster?
You can start making your way over there. We're just checking in to see where people are going to direct their focus, and then we're going to jump back into turn order. So, Jack, you're going to turn away from the sinkhole and go towards where you think you can crush the thing heading for Jean.
He's debating if he should go down after Baxter, but if he goes down, they're both going to be stuck there.
Possibly. But if you don't, Baxter's down there alone.
Uh-huh. How many people are going to help Jean?
Nell and Benji are both headed for Jean.
Do we have any communication, or is it just all hand signs?
You guys have communications.
No, we don't.
You do not?
We do not. We actively turned off communications after getting
That's
information
right.
from Nod.
You turned it off because the Eidolon might be in the area.
Yep.
Lovely. Who does he have eye contact with?
You could probably make eye contact with Wraith. Lincoln is coming back out from behind the scrap, so you could try to get Lincoln's attention.
All right, he is going to wave over to both of them and indicate he's going down after Baxter.
Okay. Lincoln, Wraith, Jack, go down the hole.
Oh, Jack go down the hole.
Oh, Jack, go down the hole. Oh.
I'm glad to see they have such important reactions.
There's not much I can do at this point in my position, but I'll give you a thumbs up.
How unstable is it?
Listen, man, I just gotta try to create some sort of tactical plan out of the fucking disaster that's been caused out of this.
The terrain is so unstable that I would allow the use of hardcore parkour to walk across it.
You would allow?
Yes. If you have it.
You're expecting a lot here.
I'm making the point that if you were to use hardcore parkour, I would allow it because the terrain is so unstable that it is hostile terrain.
All right. Jack is going to try to grab some piece of metal he can grab to use as a steadying force to grind along the things he can to slow his descent, and use his bullwhip to help basically use it to wrap around things and prevent him from picking up too much speed as he kind of slides down there.
Okay, so Jack goes into the hole, and Jack, you're going to attempt to basically rappel yourself down as much as possible to negate as much damage as you can.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you.
I have to go soon, too.
Yes. Okay, Jack jumps into the sinkhole. And lastly, Chance. Where's Chance at right now? What are you doing?
Hobo is having some difficulties, so I'm just gonna speak on Lincoln until I can figure that out.
Okay.
Fuck Edge, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Chance was with Benji during that whole during the start of it, just to try to cover some backup and try to look for parts that they needed.
Benji is leaving.
Benji is leaving. Is there anything in sight that Chance could find that's out of the ordinary? Other than the clearly obvious, Jean's gonna be in some fucking trouble.
Benji would have communicated that. I forgot that Chance had been right there to keep Benji from...
I figured. He's just trying to multitask to try to help Benji.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me notice with danger sense.
You're expecting a lot out of Chance with that.
Apparently, I have very high expectations for all of you.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
I believe the broken cause is the one going for Jean.
Yes. That was the one. The disturbing names.
I'm gonna keep that too, I think.
All right. as you're looking around the area, you're taking stock of where everybody's at. You can see sort of what is happening in the moment. That Benji is pulling off, that there is something going on that's about to happen to Jean. Somebody had previously called out that there had been another one somewhere. The sinkhole has suddenly opened up. This entire area has become chaos. But you notice that the areas on the edge of the scrapyard, around the large fence perimeter, the stacks of supplies that you guys were kind of eyeballing, the large piles of sheet metal, the sort of electronic scrap, a lot of that is on the edges, the perimeter of this scrapyard, and therefore most of what you need. In fact, if Alex is able to get that crane working, she can lift all of that shit out of here and into one of the vehicles and get out of here before this whole place comes down.
Benji, he's gonna try to catch Benji real quick with a look of, can you handle this on your own? Or do I need to come with you?
Benji's awareness that there had been multiple things, he's gonna give a nod of, he probably has also seen Nell peel off, is that correct?
Yeah, Nell is kind of following you.
So he'll give Chance the nod of, if everyone peels off, we're just leaving ourselves for more picking, so we've got this.
He's gonna nod and he'll basically nudge his head over to notion that he's gonna go cover Alex. But before he leaves, he's gonna cup Benji's cheek. He's gonna smile. He's gonna say, they're not gonna get to you. You're stronger than them. And I'm going to create an advantage for Benji with rapport, and I'm going to boost his willpower.
Okay. Go ahead and burn your fate. Benji, you have a +1 for the scene.
Oh.
If he gets a +1, he gets a +1. Cool. And then Chance will peel off and he'll make his way over to the crane.
Okay. All right. That is kind of where everybody is sitting at this point, and where things are about to turn. We're going back to the top of the turn order. Before we do that, I need one more luck from you guys. This will determine how things go with the sinkhole.
Oh my god.
No, Stan!
You want to know what's terrible?
The person going into the sinkhole.
You're about to leave.
That might be my last roll.
Oh.
Huh.
That gets in the. Don't worry, Baxter. I'm here to help you. Literal fucking
Fun.
like Acme anvil.
Wraith and Aurelia, please re-roll. Lincoln, you're on a roll tonight.
God, am I? Fuck.
Jesus. Dichotomy.
What?
Oh man.
Okay. No, I'm gonna call the shots on this one.
All right.
Give me a moderate consequence, please.
Let's give you the moderate consequence. Recurring nosebleed.
Okay. So it at least bumps it up to neutral in the final result. So it's not terrible, but it could be worse.
It could absolutely be worse with that 78, buddy. Right after the 2 you rolled.
Yeah.
The 45 wasn't looking so good either.
Yeah.
Not so much. Okay. We return to the top of the turn order. We enter back into conflict. Wraith, you're on. What do you do, buddy?
That depends. What do I see?
You see a giant sinkhole. You see Benji and Nell are moving off towards Jean. You can still see the creature that's sort of making a beeline for Jean after Jean had smashed the phone. Go ahead and give me a notice with danger sense.
Okay. Notice with danger. This is up to Alright.
Must be fate, not random.
Oh yeah. My bad.
I got you, boy.
I forget. Fate.
It's okay. I forget to.
Fate 5. It's 7.
You are scanning the entire perimeter and everything going on with your vantage, which is now, besides the top of the crane, the highest point in the scrapyard, as the previous highest point has now become the lowest point.
It went down the
Yup.
hole.
It did indeed. As you are looking around, you see that there are 2 more creatures moving around the perimeter as though they are... Go ahead and roll me an insight real quick.
Insight. Good thing I bumped that up.
You've been learning from Charlotte and from the tribe, or those of the tribe that have kind of made their way here, to hunt. And part of the teaching is understanding other predators. You see 2 creatures prowling the edges of the scrapyard, looking for prey.
I'm gonna guess they haven't found anything yet.
It's not so much that they haven't found anything. You guys are not exactly subtle at this point. It's that they haven't made a decision. They are
Right.
moving on all fours. Their bodies, as mentioned, are basically facsimiles of human shape. Their elongated limbs, taloned hands. In some cases, they look almost more canine at a certain angle. They don't reflect much light, but they do have symbols on them. From your position, you can't see the symbols very well. Well, actually, are you looking through your scope?
I am.
You can see one of them.
What does it look like?
It looks like a butterfly with its wings torn off.
Oh. That's broken knowledge, isn't it?
Perhaps.
Wraith is going to... And Aurelia's still, like, in the center of this.
Yes. And Nell had signed up to you to keep an eye on Aurelia.
I'm going to have Wraith hold his action, but can I sort of combine that with Called Shot
Yeah,
to
you can do
more
that.
so target anything that seems to go on the aggression in my periphery?
Yes. So are you waiting for anything that's going aggressive generally, or anything that's moving aggressively towards your charge, Aurelia?
Aurelia's priority, but he's still not gonna just watch someone else get attacked.
Okay. So you go on basically you're holding your turn for something to act aggressively towards somebody that you can intervene on.
Yes.
Okay. Wraith holds. Alex.
Yep.
You're continuing to work on the crane, so you're trying to basically take control of it at this point so that you can start moving supplies out.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me 2 different mechanics rolls, please. I assume
I'm on
Aubrey
my
will do that.
laptop, so give me a second to find all my stuff.
I'm here.
because I have one screen.
Aubrey can roll for you real quick
Yep.
while you get your stuff up.
I thought you had your stuff up already. Okay.
Oh, I do. I just have one monitor and not 2, and dear gosh, it's small.
Okay, what is it I need to roll?
2 separate mechanics rolls.
Maybe a 4.
Okay. You start you effectively have to hotwire this thing because no matter what you're doing to it, it wasn't starting. And so you start taking the panel apart, you disassemble the controller, and you start rewiring the cockpit so that you're able to basically bring this thing back online. It's going to take you some time, you realize. As you're sort of digging in, the first was to get into the panel, and the second one to understand exactly what you're going to have to do it, and how long you think it's going to take you. As it stands, you think it'll probably take you about 10 minutes, or in out of character terms, it'll probably take you 2 rounds to fully hotwire this thing, to a point where you have full control over the arm, and all of the servos.
Yeah, she'll get to work doing it, and just because she knows that this will help them get everything they need out faster.
Okay. Alex, you dive in on beginning hotwiring. Right. Aurelia. You're on. You are attempting to reach out to Hunt Strong again, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your will, please.
Oh boy. Can I already stack again?
If you want to stack now, you're going to have to take damage.
I think I will need that later on.
Okay.
The damage, at least. I mean, I'm not going to bump it up yet.
Okay. You guys can stack next round, by the way.
Good.
Without eating
Even
a bunch of
me?
damage. Even you!
Hooray!
Even you down at the bottom of that hole.
Who is probably not moving right now.
You're sore. You just fell far enough to kill you and somehow lived. Although, Baxter, we'll come to you in a moment, but you may want to move.
Yep.
Okay, so Aurelia, you are trying to reach out to Hunt Strong. What do you say to contact him?
She did that last session, I think, already. Asking.
You attempted to reach out to him last time and he wasn't able to respond.
Good, she will try it again, just like, Hunter Strong, if you can hear me. Mordecai was here last time, and I want to see if you might have an idea of what you might have been looking for here before the hole gets bigger.
You do not hear him reply verbally, but you can feel him reply in your mind, and you get the sensation that in this place, even with Saboteur running, because of the leash on him and because of what the Makers are doing, what the Sires are doing, rather, that the best he can do for you is speak to you in your head directly. For brevity's sake, though.
What he was looking for is likely under your feet.
I hate this idea.
Mm-hmm. What idea is that?
I totally don't look at Baxter right now.
So you look into the sinkhole?
No, he can stay where he is. I'm not going to that thing. I know my luck.
What do you do?
With that info, she probably just doesn't like the idea of it. It just gently looks towards that sinkhole that exists. And then
Real big sinkhole.
looks up to Rafe again and kind of makes some sort of crabby hands.
Okay, you're making grabby hands at Wraith.
I make all the good crabby hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing seeing her making motions, he'd look over.
Okay. Aurelia, what are you trying to communicate to Wraith?
On one hand, that she might want to get a tiny bit higher up herself to also have an overview of most of the things going on. And probably also seeing if Rafe wants to communicate something else before he does help her up or not, depending on what the goblin wants to do.
Wraith Aurelia wants uppies.
Yeah, well, Lincoln took the grappling hook, so how high up is he from?
You're up a full story.
He's going to nod out towards where he sees the other creatures. He does make a motion that he doesn't think it's safe to climb this thing or go inside, though.
Valid.
He gonna have to get a grappling hook because he ain't got one.
Alright, Aurelia, you don't get the sense that it is safe to climb given the expanding sinkhole. You see that your friends are kind of in some trouble, perhaps. What do you decide to do? You have...
Can she see the creatures, or is she too low for that? Wraith did motion towards
Wraith,
at least the location-ish.
Did you point them out, Wraith?
He did.
Okay. In that case, yes, you can see where Wraith has pointed them out. They're moving on perimeter. It looks like they haven't noticed that you guys have spotted them yet, and you get the sense that if they do notice that, they're going to try to hide again.
Gotcha, no. Well, I have an idea about that. I will hopefully do that idea. For now, she might just be like asking HTS for more clarification. Like, well, so the maze beneath, or
It wasn't there before. This is new. And clearly, it means the sires are doing things that he is not privy to.
Can you repeat that for me, please, Arcana?
He said that the area below you is new. It is something that Greed is unaware of. And that means that the sires are doing something that he is not privy to.
Well, that's very good to know. At least it doesn't seem to be a full and a red herring then. I don't like the fact that there's a maze beneath this place.
Not awesome.
No. But yes, Aurelia besides that will kind of hold to action because I has a plan.
Okay, so you're holding your action for a scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Baxter, you kind of come to after hitting the ground like a brick. You are surrounded by debris. And as you kind of turn over, you do feel that your arm is dislocated from your shoulder socket. And as you look up, you see that there's still more stuff falling down at you. What do you do?
He's going to try and move out of the way.
That would be wise. Go ahead and roll me an athletics. Your difficulty is a 7 to completely avoid the rain of debris. If you want to avoid any potential collateral damage, you need to roll better than a 10.
We can stack now, right?
Not yet. That's next round.
Okay. Whew.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Also go ahead and roll me a physique real quick. Let's just see how much pain you're in from doing that. You shove yourself up and off of the ground and fly out of the way of another rain of debris as ground and metal and shrapnel fall from the sky, or from the ceiling, really. And your shoulder is screaming with pain. But you're kind of muscling it down as you stagger out from this sort of rain of chaos. And you notice that, oh, you're surrounded.
Oh, great. Good thing he has a god rock with him.
Sure is. You're going to use that God Rock now?
Hell yes.
Okay, you drop a God Rock?
Yep.
All right. You drop that God Rock, and as you do so, it goes silent down here for a moment, save for, of course, the shrieking of the God Rock, as the sleepers and the lucids immediately around you who had been moving to try to apprehend you because you're clearly a kid awake. They all drop to their knees, and you hear...
We've been waiting for you.
Fuck.
Go ahead, roll me a notice. With a 2, you're able to see that sort of on the perimeter of this room near what looks like an exit, kind of a large set of double doors. There are a pair of lucids that are standing there and holding hands. You find that you are still kind of in a throng of lucids and sleepers as you have a moment to look around. You see that you're in a massive chamber, and then on the edges of the chamber where they're still digging, there are a lot of sleepers that look like they're not wearing the usual sleeper attire. They're wearing just kind of whatever, jeans and t-shirts, and you see a couple of people in suits. You see a couple of people in dresses, as if these people just kind of dropped whatever the fuck they were doing to come and dig in a tunnel. You have dropped a God Rock. What else do you want to do down here?
Fuck, I don't know. What should I do? Try to get to the exit, I guess?
Yep, you can try to make your way to the exit. Go ahead and give me an athletics. Let's see how far you get. Okay. You start charging towards the exit as more lucids that see you moving towards that exit begin to chase you.
He's gonna flee.
Okay, off you run. We will check back in with Baxter here in a minute. Next up on deck is Jean. Jean, are you still doing your floor war?
It's like a beanbag war, but I have the mic in my hand.
Oh, good. Welcome back. What is Jean doing right now?
Can I get a refresher? Because I may have been comatose for a few minutes.
No worries. So you had ducked behind like a pile of scrap in order to absolutely wreck your phone with an axe.
Okay.
And there is a creature that is charging towards you. You're not fully aware of it, but there are a couple of people who are also charging towards you. You have also heard the shriek of metal as something had opened up beneath Baxter, and Baxter had fallen into what is now a giant sinkhole.
Okay.
So the scrapyard is kind of being enveloped in chaos now.
Gotcha. And I don't know there's something coming towards me, or I don't have like a full idea.
You don't have a full idea, but you can hear that there is something charging in your direction. But if you want to go ahead and roll me a notice with danger sense, let's see what you detect.
Sure, give me a sec. My fucking Discord is dying, so that's cool.
And
Notice with danger sense.
yes. I will tell you guys that this entire scenario is dangerous and will remain dangerous for as long as the sinkhole is there. And so any notice that you roll is valid to roll with danger sense unless I specifically tell you otherwise.
Gotcha. Okay. Get that 5.
Okay. You turn and you see something starting to come around the edge of one of the further stacks of scrap. charging at you. It's down on all fours, but was not designed to run on all fours. It's got kind of a face, but the more you look at it, the less it makes sense to your brain. If you've ever seen that sort of AI generated image of a frog where the AI mistook it for a dog, it's that.
Oh,
You're looking into the face of chaos.
Let's see. Jean has... So it's just running towards me, right? Like, there's no...
It is marching towards you.
It's marching towards me. Okay, we're gonna make... Jean's gonna just yell, "Cover your eyes," and then just... He still has his bandolier, so he just takes the last... he's still got 2 more, but he takes one of his flashbangs, hucks it, and then, closes his eyes, and then grips the axe, and then also goes to charge at the creature.
Okay, so you're going to charge this thing as it charges you.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me in athletics. Let's see if you meet it in the middle.
How big is this? How big is it?
It is... If it were standing up, it would be 7 or 8 feet tall.
Okay. Okay.
But it is charging you on all fours right now.
Oh, I mean, that's still pretty tall. Jean's not that very tall to begin with. I'll take it. That's an 8.
No, that's a 16.
Damn.
Crunchy.
Okay.
No,
you sprint at it. And you meet it and surprise it. Because it was not expecting you to be that fast. What do you do?
During my glimpse at it, after the flashbang goes off, does it have armor?
Not.
It does not.
Not conventional armor. Roll me one more notice for me.
Sure. A 4.
The way its skin or hide really reflects light, you get the sense that it probably has a fairly difficult to penetrate skin. It looks almost like hardened leather.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the sense it's not armor, but it's kind of a natural armor, if that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But it's not anything that can protect it from repeated blunt force trauma forever.
Got it.
Or for piercing damage, for that matter.
Okay. Jean's gonna strike it where its neck should be.
Okay.
With the axe.
Roll me your attack. It's going to roll its defense.
Got it. And then let's see, the axe is a +1 lethal. There you go. So that's 5 in total. Wait, I'm also stacked. How many stacks we're at? 1?
I believe you guys are at
1.
You're at 1 stack. You're about to go up your second stacks next round.
Cool. Gotcha. So that's a 6 already. Got it. And we're just gonna...
To give you an
see what
indication about how quickly this all went to shit.
I'll give you a 9.
Okay. You deal 4 shifts of damage, and as you do so, you slice, or you swung with the axe, right?
Yeah.
You slice across its neck, and it snarls and rears back, and as it does so, you see emblazoned across its chest a pair of crossed, broken scythes. You see that the scythes are weeping blood. Go ahead and roll me an insight. But I think you know what it is.
Potentially. Jean might, but I currently am mostly brain dead, but I'll roll an insight for you. 3.
You know those scythes. They are broken and twisted now, and you see as it rears back onto its hind legs, or onto its legs, it has kind of an almost lithe figure. It is veiled across its face. You feel what is left of an unstrung Seed the Grudge.
Do I know who made this?
You can guess.
Or do I have like a general good idea?
You can guess. It was them.
Jean kind of like, in the time between seconds, sees this and just mutters in... Jean's very young. He's like at mid-puberty, so his voice hasn't really like dropped or anything, and it's not gonna be that way. It's like, I'll put you out of your misery.
Okay. Does Jean do anything else?
I don't think there's anything else he can do.
All right. Benji, you're sprinting up to help Jean. You see Jean take a swing at this thing and cut it across the neck. You see it stand up. You see the scythes on its chest. You see the veil that sort of materializes in front of its face. What do you do?
None of that's going to really click for Benji. But he has his scarf that he can use to try to grapple it. He's going to try to get behind whatever this is and bind it that way. Is he close enough to have heard Jean's declaration?
Yeah, you are.
He's going to help make sure that Jean can. So he's going to try to bind it. Can he try to get his scarf and basically use it as kind of a loose tie to forcefully hold it in place?
That's going to be a grapple check.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me physique. If you've got grappler, go ahead and use it. I'm ready to warn you that this is going to be unpleasant for you.
I mean, he's using the scarf, so it's not directly touching. That helps, right?
No.
Well, at least he hasn't gotten bit by it.
Yet.
Don't say that. I don't have grappler. I'm checking... He does have... I'm just checking to see... Oh! Hey! I do have grappler, essentially, because I've got takedown.
All right.
So that makes... Let me just make sure. Yep. Okay.
Okay. It is going to roll an opposed grappling check.
Okay. I would like to try to re-roll.
Okay.
Because I'd like to be able to hold it. Wait, hold on. I rolled wrong anyways. I forgot the +1 with my weapon.
Okay.
So that would make us tied right now.
Tied, yes. Succeeding, no.
I need to succeed. I'm going to try to re-roll, but I'll re-roll with the correct number. Can I re-roll with don't think, act on instinct?
I will allow it.
Okay. God damn it, dichotomy.
You go to try to grapple it, and your scarf gets around it, and it yanks you forward. And you are pulled into this thing. As you make physical contact with it, roll me a will save. Good. You make physical contact with it, and a shock goes through you. It is cold, and it is sad, and it is grief like you have never known in your life, but you could imagine if you had lost everything. Because you've almost lost everything, haven't you, Benji?
Yep.
The feeling subsides after a moment, but it grips your heart for that second as you make that physical contact with whatever counts as its skin. And it does feel leathery when you do make contact with it. It's not a good feeling to... It's not a good thing to touch.
Okay.
You do anything else?
Yes, actually. Bungie's gonna try to talk to it.
Okay.
He'd like to try to get it to he'd like to try to get it to stop by communicating after that touch and that contact and that agonizing loss. Just if there's anything in you that wants that pain, that to end, we want to help you not feel that anymore. You don't have to carry that. Let us help you.
Benji, roll me an empathy, please. It slowly sinks back down onto all fours. Its long, taloned fingers dig down into the mud. You don't know if that got through to it.
He's gonna take a guess and hope and cross the mental fingers. It's a risk that he has to take.
Sure is. That's Benji. Nell.
I mean, that's the only one I see, right? So
It is right now. You see that it is still apparently aggro on Jean. You see Benji attempt to grapple it and not succeed very well. What do you want to do?
why did my sheet force close? Do I have grappler? I do have grappler.
You could try to grapple it.
That's a +8. Nell will try to grapple it.
With Benji's position and what he's attempted to do, would that give Nell advantage?
Sure.
So roll twice.
Roll twice, take the better of the two. It's still going to roll against you. Nell, you have it grappled. Roll me a will save, please.
Okay. Three. Do I need to boost?
I would.
I'll use. Fuck. I'll use protect the innocent.
Okay.
And boost, since that's basically what she's doing. So make that a 5 instead of a 3.
Okay. You have this thing held, and though the same thing that hit Benji hits you, you don't have to let go of it. And that is kind of your saving grace in this moment. As you go and you kind of yank its arms back and prevent it from moving forward, you touch its awfully leathery skin. And that shock goes through you as well, as the feeling of bitter loss, and more than just the bitter loss and more the grief, more than even just the loss of everything you've ever known. You feel the need for vengeance. You feel the need for some kind of equalizing force. For a wrong so deep and so profound that there are not words for it.
Nell is just gonna kind of hold on to it and look at Benji and Jean and be like, now what? I got it.
All right, Nell has this thing grappled.
Yep, it's just like holding on to it the best she can.
Okay. Lincoln,
Hi.
how you doing?
Not great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Well, after he's wrapped up that call with Atticus, he's gonna peer out from where he was hiding. This is a bit of a pickle, and he needs to try to reestablish some ground footing so they can actually come out of this with more than a hollow victory. So, my action this turn is to try to create a tactical plan that he could utilize to try to get everyone back on board with what needs to get done.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an insight, please.
Okay. I don't think I can use proof with evidence for this one, can I?
Not really, no.
Okay, let's see what else I can do. Not a lot I can't do. Okay, I don't think I can apply proof with evidence with this either, so.
Give it a whirl.
Alright. We ball. Hey! We ball good!
Good goddamn. You're looking around the scrapyard. You see the sinkhole. You see your team. Baxter, gone. You see Jack jumped after Baxter, also gone. That part, you're going to have to trust that they'll be able to try to find a way out. You may need to try to make contact with them at some point, but right now you kind of need to regroup. You see that everybody seems to have clocked the threats that are going on immediately in your vicinity. You see the 3 things that Wraith has pointed out, one of them going after Jean, 2 people over there helping him. The other 2 that are sort of prowling the perimeter, trying to decide on their targets. You see Aurelia is trying to figure out from Hunt the Strong what is going on. You see Wraith is got a kind of an eagle eye view of everything. And Alex is in the midst of trying to fix the crane. The crane is going to be key to getting all of the supplies out of here because the heavier pieces, the sheet metal, the electronic scrap, all of that can just be yanked up by that magnet and dropped onto onto the flatbed as soon as it gets here, which you know is on the way.
Okay.
Atticus had mentioned that he is very, very, very soon out, so you can tell that in terms of add a character to give you scope, he'll be here probably at the end of the round or the very beginning of the next round.
Gotcha.
What needs to probably happen, and you see chances kind of moving in that direction right now, is that the scrap that is needed needs to be tagged so that Alex can see what to move, and then everyone else needs to be able to disengage and back off.
Lincoln has an idea. Lincoln is under the... Does Lincoln know where the majority of the parts that are required to be picked up are? Because I know Chance was able to find that, but can Lincoln find that?
Roll me a notice or an investigate, whichever's higher.
I will use an investigate. Can I utilize... I don't think I can, but I need to figure it out. Okay, no, I can't use that, but I will just use straight up investigate. That's a 6.
You can see that Chance is moving in that direction, and you can see the pile of the scrap that you guys had kind of earmarked before anyway. So you can see which area is going to be the focal point for getting stuff and getting out.
Okay. Am I able to create an advantage to tag the pickup point for where all the parts are?
You would have to do something to make it visible. So you could try to maybe find spray paint or throw noisemakers on it, or drop a flare on it. You do still have access to the stuff that was in the truck that you guys brought, which includes like a roadside kit. So if you wanted to go and grab one of the flares, you could throw that on the scrap pile and make it very obvious what you're going for. The flip side, of course, would be that you would then be broadcasting to the people that are trying to stop you or fuck with you what you're going for.
I had a different idea.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to use the phone.
Okay.
He might have cut off communications, but he still has access to the flashlight.
Yes, you do.
So I am going to indicate in Morse code on off for my party to see where they're going first. He's basically just going to Morse code here. And then after that, he will put the phone away, because that has to be enough time for, hopefully, if Chance or Alex could see it, where they need to go. So it's to create an advantage in pinpointing and being able to pick up said supplies.
Okay. You're Morse coding, and then once you have done that, what do you make your way to do?
How is the roadway to get into the junkyard for when Atticus gets here? Is it covered? Is there something that he needs to do to clear it to give him a more open path?
Given the truck that Atticus and the rest are driving, it would probably not be a bad idea to put planks down for them to drive over so that they can get in without having to dip down into the water.
Okay. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. For that, I'm going to activate this scene's activation of Quick Learner.
Okay.
I'm going to boost up my... let's see. Rule is fair or lower. Mechanics is one of them that I'll be lifting up. Mechanics, medicine, and lore.
Okay.
So those are going to be my 3 focuses. And then I'm going to go ahead and do my best to get started on getting those planks ready for them.
Okay. And you make your way over to the large pile of wood, and you start pulling out the planks that look like they're going to hold the most weight.
Yep. And I'm going to try to put them in the most stable way possible to bear the weight that they're going to be withstanding from the truck and both the supplies that are coming on them, so they don't splinter. So that way there's no risk of the boards getting destroyed and them getting stuck in the mud.
Okay. Lincoln, you set off. Jack makes his way over to the hole and dives in. Jack is going to be rappelling down in an attempt to catch up with Baxter. I will go ahead and do his rolls on the side, and we'll see what happens. So we will jump from Jack to Chance. Chance, what are you doing?
Chance is pushing his way to cover Alex and make sure that no one else is gonna get in her way while she's finishing everything up.
Okay. You make your way over towards the cockpit of the crane. As you are going, go ahead. Dropping shit all over the place. Go ahead and roll me a notice. Danger sense if you've got it.
Notice. You know what? I think I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay, what are you re-rolling with?
We will re-roll with we're gonna re-roll with I don't lose without winning something.
Okay, go ahead and re-roll. It's on you before you have a chance to react or see it, really.
Okay.
As something barrels at you from suddenly out of left field. Wraith, this does trigger your action. As the broken melody charges Chance. Chance, go ahead and roll me an athletics to dodge, as it's going to attempt to tackle you.
Okay. All right, that's a shift of 2.
Okay. It has you grappled. It hasn't done any damage to you yet. Wraith, you can act now, as you see out of the corner of your eye that something has just charged Chance. Technically
He's
both.
gonna take the shot to try to get it off of him.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your shoot. You hit. The shot embeds in its back shoulder, or back right shoulder, and as it had crouched and curled over Chance, Chance, you had seen into whatever passes for its eyes, as it stared or bored holes practically in you, leaning down, a maw that hadn't been there before, unhooking and unhinging and stretching wide, as though it was going to try to swallow you whole. Wraith shoots it in the back, and it rolls off of you, howling in pain.
Am I still at least able to break free and continue my movement?
Roll me one more athletics. It has let you go, but how far you get is going to be up to how quickly you're able to get up.
I'm going to bank that athletics for those 2 minuses. So
Okay.
I'll be rolling with disadvantage for the next 2 turns.
Okay. All right. You're staggering, and you get a couple of feet away from it, but it kind of rounds on you again, as if it's going to try to continue to charge. But we'll see what it does in a moment, as that is Chance. Right. Let me make a couple of rolls for something. Lincoln, in the near distance, you hear the slowly revving sounds of approaching engines, as you know that the caravan and Dax's team in particular are very nearly here. You are on the outside of the gate, yes?
At this point, yes, he would probably... I'm hoping he would be putting the final parts leading into the junkyard that's still kind of murky and sloppy.
Okay. Wraith, you lose sight of the one that had been prowling on the edges that had not peeled off to go after Chance.
Okay. It would poof.
You took a shot at something and then you turned around and it was gone.
That jerk.
You hear the sounds of the instrument start to swell below you as the sinkhole continues to get wider and wider, as an environmental hazard has now opened up. Yay! Everybody gets to roll, or most of you get to roll anyway.
Oh, joy!
Alex, you are safe. Chance, you are safe. Lincoln, you are safe. The rest of you are not. Well, technically Baxter and Jack are, because they're already at the bottom of the sinkhole.
Great.
Oh, fantastic.
The
Oh,
ground,
snap.
the ground beneath you starts to shift and sway as Jean, Nell, Benji, Wraith, and Aurelia. Wraith, you on top of the building, and Aurelia, you kind of below it. Feel the ground below you start to sway as more parts of the sinkhole begin to open up and tinier holes start to fall down into the yawning darkness that is below you. Those of you who were mentioned, so Jean, Nell, Benji, Wraith, and Aurelia, please roll me your athletics. Difficulty of 4 to avoid slipping and getting caught in one of these tiny holes. As Wraith, actually, Wraith, hold yours for a minute.
I have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm currently grappling this thing.
Uh-huh. Sure are.
Right.
Am I rolling at a disadvantage? Because
You sure are.
Cool.
It's athletics.
Athletics. Benji,
Uh-huh.
how's it going?
It's going.
Oh! The economy, you doll.
It's going.
You keeping that, or
I'm gonna try to re-roll.
okay? What are you gonna reroll with? And don't roll lower, by the way.
Look.
Mhm.
Don't invite me to fail a roll. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Well, fuck.
Fuck is not a valid aspect.
I know. I don't have that on my sheet. I feel like I need well fuck out as an aspect, by the way, though.
I feel like we all need that, honestly, but you first.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, there aren't a lot that I.
Could you use one of the field aspects?
Could I use something doesn't feel right?
Yeah, I'll allow you to reroll with that.
Okay.
Go ahead and burn your fate.
I mean it.
Barely, but you did.
I'm hanging onto a thing by a scarf.
You're hanging on
So-
by a thread, or
Wow.
a few threads.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. As Nell, you manage to yank this thing back and off of a sinkhole that suddenly pops open below you. Jean, you're forced to step back as well. Benji, you indeed are hanging on by a scarf as you slip into the sinkhole and your scarf catches on some loose debris that is jammed into the side of the ground just firmly enough to hold your weight for now.
Okay, well, good thing I've got a high physique, I guess.
Do you, like your sister, have a fear of heights?
No, that would require more memories than Benji probably has.
Okay.
Plus, he's always up there, you know?
The only thing that I would offer is he might not, but his mind is not always only his own memories.
That is very true.
So,
Does Red Eye have any fear of heights?
oh god, no.
How about Rebel? Original Rebel.
That's where he might have, but he doesn't know.
Your mind doesn't always tell you why you have irrational fears, you know?
Yeah. There's probably a bunch of things that he's actually afraid of that he doesn't really necessarily remember or process. So it's a 50-50 shot.
Roll me random.
Okay.
Don't roll a 666 this time.
I didn't roll a 666.
No, but you did roll low, as a little bit of anxiety starts to creep in as you're kind of dangling over this yawning void. Fine.
You know, he's got the closest thing to a grappling hook that he knows how to use right now. So he just needs to be able to haul himself up.
Yeah. That's all.
Uh-huh. And not fall into what seems to be a sinkhole leading into the maze, which is currently his least favorite place to be.
Probably. Aurelia, you jump back as a sinkhole starts to open up beneath you, and the sinkhole spreads underneath the foundations of the building that Wraith is standing on.
Huh?
The corner starts to collapse inward as Wraith, you notice that this entire thing starts to tilt.
Oh, well, that's not kosher.
That is not kosher, sir.
Do not lick the mine shaft.
It
But
might
it's
lick me at this
salty.
point. And one of us is salty. It's probably this mine shaft.
Didn't get a swallow. Oh, I'm gonna stop. I'm stopping before I finish that thought. I stopped.
No, let her cook. So, about this situation.
So, Wraith, you are standing on top of the roof as the entire building begins to list to the side, and then slowly begins to crumble, as though like Legos, or even worse, like a domino tower that the corner has come out from underneath. As it slowly begins to very quickly race down into the sinkhole, coming apart at the seams. What do you do, Wraith?
That is a fine looking question.
Uh-huh.
I don't think he knows what to do, to be honest with you.
Roll
This
me
is
roll me a will save. Let's see if you're shock paralyzed.
It's like, oh, this is new. Alright, I'm just gonna...
You know enough that you probably need to get the fuck off this roof.
Yeah, all I can do is jump.
Mm-hmm. Be careful where you jump, though.
North by northwest. We're jumping, boys.
All right, so you're gonna jump off the roof.
Yeah, it seems like the most logical thing to...
The difficulty for you is gonna be a little higher because the sinkhole is spreading out beneath you. And so you're gonna need to roll high enough to get to the edge of the roof before it collapses, and then high enough to jump and clear the edge of the sinkhole. So you're gonna roll me 2 athletics. I'm gonna tell you what the difficulties are up front. And I'm going to tell you that failing those difficulties is going to be a time for you.
Hey, you know, I got this. Maybe.
What's your athletics right now?
5.
It could be worse.
Yeah. I have high hopes and low expectations. Let's go.
This isn't Kyle.
I know, but you know, he's having the best time.
All right, Wraith, your first difficulty to get to the edge of the roof before the whole thing collapses is a 6. Go ahead and roll. Don't get an omen.
I'm gonna... This is to get to the...
This is to
off
get
the
to
thing.
to the edge of the roof. You still have to jump. You gotta get
Alright,
to the
I'll
edge of the roof first.
I'll boost it.
Okay, what are you boosting?
I will boost with Spider Monkey.
Okay. Burn your fate. You make it to the edge of the roof as the entire structure behind you begins to collapse. You have seconds to make this jump, and you need to make it far enough to actually clear the sinkhole, which is spreading towards you. I'm not going to lie, the difficulty for this is fairly high. Difficulty is an 8.
Okay.
If you hit a 6 or better, you can nail the edge of the sinkhole, but you will be dangling, and you will not be on the ground. You will be in a precarious environment. Go ahead and roll.
Can I eat the moderate to boost now?
To boost your...
My stacks.
I will allow it. Are you going to take a moderate consequence then?
Yeah.
Okay. Your moderate consequence is muscle strain.
My athletic status 6. Hold on. Can I boost again or should I re-roll it?
If you boost, you'll be dangling as opposed to in the hole. Or you can try to re-roll, but then you will have to eat whatever happens.
I'll re-roll it.
Okay. Re-roll.
I'm gonna re-roll with... we can't fail.
Okay. Burn your fate, mark it off, re-roll.
I'm still dangling, but it's okay, I guess.
You are dangling. As you jump off of the roof, your footing slips just a little bit as you start to sail off through the air. You hit the side of the sinkhole and start to slide down, and you're able to grab the edge of a large piece of scrap. You're going to take a shift of physical damage as you are basically holding onto some sharp metal to hold you up, but you are not in the hole. So there's that.
Yay! Sad part is he's probably holding on to the gun more than he's holding on to the side.
That might bite you later.
It's my gun.
Mm-hmm. That might be the hole's gun.
No, my gun. Hole can eat another hole.
It wants to?
Fucking... You're not even real, asshole.
Maybe it is real.
Asshole. I'm talking shit to the hole.
Notice.
That's gonna be my free action for this round. I'm talking shit to this hole.
Wow.
Right? Just looking over his shoulder down, I was like, you're probably not even fucking real.
Unfortunately, this is very real.
It's okay. If he believes it, it'll be true.
All right. The environmental hazard passes, but the rest of you notice that the earth has started to tremble a little bit, and you know that these sinkholes are going to continue to open up, particularly around the heavier parts of this area. Getting the crane up and running is kind of the utmost importance, and with an emphasis on speed.
I have a semi-morbid question. How many people is Wraith gonna now feel responsible for getting killed because a building just fell on them?
It's not your fault in this case.
How many people are going to die because a building just fell on them?
A few.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, it's also Baxter's fault because he threw a god rock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you did stop a whole bunch of people from moving right under a large cascade of debris.
Yep.
This place is not
Shit.
OSHA approved.
No, it's not.
Oh, hey, look. Look at that empty body count that's gonna bump up by like 8.
Shit.
Look at that. All right. We're about 2.5 hours in. Why don't we take a real break and go 10-15 minutes, and then we will come back with the next round.
Sure.
And
And we can stack at the round, right? We can stack?
At next round, you can stack on your turn.
Hey.
Except for Wraith.
I almost want to eat like 12 shifts of damage, but I'm alright for now.
Damn Lich.
We'll be right back.
12.
Way there.
Okay.
The stress music.
I'm
Uh-huh.
not gonna lie, the start of it sounded like there was an agent going off in Cyberpunk, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't have that game turned on right now, what the fuck?
Oh dear.
Welcome back, kids.
Hi.
Hey. Me and Benji are hanging out together.
And totally. Yep, we are actually. We're hanging buddies. Hi.
Hi. So, you have identified the scrap that you need. You have the utilities in order to get that scrap out of here. Unfortunately, you have another problem. One that Baxter has become intimately familiar with, and Wraith and Benji are becoming more and more intimately familiar with.
I did not consent to this relationship.
Yeah, you did. You signed
Oh.
up for it.
I want annulment.
You can't.
Oh.
No takebacks.
Alright, well. Guess I'm getting a seatbelt then.
Strap in for the long haul.
All right. Speaking of Wraith dangling in the hole, from the side of said hole, what you doing, buddy?
Hi! Just hanging out.
Uh-huh.
You
sure are.
I am uncomfortable. I'd like to go home now, please.
So from your position, you are sort of dangling off of the side of this hole. You are holding on to kind of a sharp piece of metal to keep yourself up. You are about 4 feet down from the mouth of the hole, but you're not far enough down that you can't climb back up. You are, however, noticing that the part that you are connected to, the part that you're hanging on to, rather, is quickly also falling into the hole.
Oh.
It is a sinkhole. What do they do?
Once again, he probably doesn't know.
You don't know what a sinkhole does.
Yeah, no, yeah, I know what a sinkhole does. Is there anything, huh.
Mm-hmm.
So, what would be the process to attempt climbing up?
So to attempt to climb up, it's going to be a roll of athletics with disadvantage, with a paired physique roll, because not only are you trying to lift your weight up out of a hole with almost no physical support on something that is so sharp that it is starting to cut into your hand, but also the edges of this hole are starting to cave in.
My physique's a 2.
Sure is. But your athletics is decent.
It is. He's going to first attempt to get his gun around his shoulder because he doesn't want to drop it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an athletics at disadvantage. Difficulty 5 to get it over your shoulders and kind of out of your hands and secure before you begin your attempted climb.
Athletics.
I will tell you that if you roll an omen on anything from here out, anybody, all of you, if any of you rolls an omen while you're dealing with the sinkholes, you are in the sinkhole. Just FYI.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I'm already there.
Yeah, you're
It's,
already down
all the
there.
time.
Okay.
No? Okay.
Nice.
And then, okay, still 7.
You are able to secure your rifle, slinging it over your shoulder. The piece of metal that you're holding onto begins to slide as it starts dislodging from the very soft earth.
Oh no. I'm going to attempt to do a climb.
Okay, go ahead and roll me athletics at disadvantage again.
Fuck you, whether...
First, before you roll your athletics for me, I need your physique.
Oh, you want the crappy one first.
Let's just get the bad one out of the way, huh? Okay. You're not taking additional damage. You are holding on pretty sturdy, or steadily at least, to this piece of shrapnel, effectively, that you're holding on to. You may now attempt to make your climb. You're still rolling at disadvantage. The difficulty for climbing out of here on unstable terrain is an 8 or higher. With an 8, you will fully climb out. With a 7, you will start making your way up. With a 6, you are maintaining. Anything under a 6, you're falling further down.
Okay.
Okay, you make your way up. Oh, that's right, you're at disadvantage. Roll me again. Okay. So with a 7, you make it up about 2 feet, and you're forced to sort of stop to steady yourself as another large piece of earth breaks away and falls just beside you. The piece of shrapnel that you had been holding on to that you let go of to climb up a little further goes down with it. Had you rolled any lesser or left or not moved when you did, you'd have gone down too. How do you feel, Wraith?
He's trying to deal. He's obviously terrified, but he's gonna he'll deal with that later.
Okay. That is really all you can do right now, unless you want to shout out of the hole. That is a thing that you can do.
He will not.
Okay, you're not gonna shout.
Nah, he doesn't want to attract the wrong kind of attention.
That's fair. Calling for help and something else leans over the side of the sinkhole.
Yeah. We good.
Okay. Alex is still working on hot wiring, so I'll need another not athletics, sorry, we'll need another mechanics from Alex.
I've got their sheet, so
Okay. Go ahead and roll it for me.
You bet. I'm gonna probably guess that Alex is going to want to boost or re-roll. Let's see. Alex, I rolled terribly.
Yes to a booster reroll. I will say with a 6, you will... Alex will make enough progress that on the at the beginning of Alex's next turn, the hot wiring will be done. So that would be sufficient. If you boost higher than a 6, if you have a 7 or better on this roll, so if you wanted to re-roll and try to get for a 7 or better, at that point, Alex would be done with it now and would be able to do other things.
Alex, do you want me to try re-rolling?
A reroll may also, however, bring you further down, so there is also the risk there.
Yes. So you want to try a reroll?
Or do you want to boost, which gives you a guaranteed that on the start of your next turn you'll be able to start?
The question is, do we have the time to wait the next turn?
If you roll lower on this turn, you're going to have to wait more than just the next turn.
Right,
put it that way.
So then we'll play it safe and go ahead and boost the force. That way we don't risk it taking longer.
Okay.
I could boost with fear of failing others.
That will work.
Let me mark it off and boost him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Alex makes progress as everyone starts to hear the engine sputtering to life inside of the crane. Go ahead and roll a luck for me for Alex.
Okay.
Noted. Okay. Alex is tinkering away. Aurelia, the building that Wraith was standing on has disappeared, and so has Wraith. Into the ground. What do you do?
She has faith in the goblin that he will be able to crawl his way out.
What are you doing? You had a scheme, didn't you? What are you scheming, Tiny Gremlin?
The question's if it works, you know? I'm
Never know until you
really
try.
itching to figure out rank 5 of Saboteur against the 3 things we have seen.
Okay. You
All
want to try?
3 of them in one go.
Okay.
Because I can do up to 3 if they're connected to the song.
They are.
And yes, because Aurelia probably she saw 2 of them fully. The third one, the symbol was kind of eh. But she saw the symbols. She was like, yeah, I know that part. SEO had them. So she's like, yeah, they must be connected to the song. Let me try this.
Okay. Because of the unusual nature of these creatures, and what you're trying to do being something that you've never done before, there are some stakes here. I'm going to have you roll me a will first.
Can I stack?
You may stack now, yes.
Good.
In fact, I would recommend it.
It will not go far because I know how my will usually wants to take me. Yeah, it doesn't like my M. It's probably not enough anyway.
I would recommend a boost would be sufficient if you want to hit a boost.
I want to boost. And I'm going to take I am determined small bean.
Okay. Go ahead and burn your fate, mark it off. You start to pour yourself into the cards of your deck and the concept behind those cards as you feel your mind sort of reaching out, feeling out into the song, and wrapping, in as easy terms to describe as possible, wrapping your own threads around the ones that are present already in the instrument below you. You feel the strings. You feel them sort of resonating inside of your chest, and you can feel the three creatures as they move around you. These are creatures that are connected to the song. They are not fully in the song. And so you will have to maintain a force of will over these creatures in order to continue to command them. The first round, you'll be able to tell them to do something. Then they're going to be able to start fighting back. The more they fight back, the more difficult it's going to become. So to give you an idea, this is kind of an off-the-cuff new mechanic that I'm going to have to run for you for this particular situation, because these are not fully song-based creatures. Their ethos, whatever's left of their ethos, was never fully compatible with the chorus. And perhaps that is why they are the way they are now. Failing a will roll, will be contested will rolls for every round that you try to command them. At the beginning of your turn, you will assert whether or not you want to command them this turn. You will roll contested will against them. You will be able to meet the difficulty if they roll higher than you by taking damage. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. So first round you get for free because you are asserting the dominance through the Saboteur deck. Everything thereafter is going to be up to you.
Because she doesn't know right away what to do, she will just tell them first off to stand down but to be visible. So in case the rest of the team wants to work on, slowly working on those.
Okay. The creatures, the one that had been going after Chase, had reared up and was going to pounce again, and then suddenly stops and sits down. The creature that Benji had been talking to, that was attacking Jean, had reared back in an attempt to try to attack, even with Nell sort of dangling off of the back of it, and also sits down. So Nell, the creature that you're holding on to, pops a squat. The other one that everyone else has lost sight of.
So is it sitting on me, or am I just kind of like hanging on to it now?
You're just kind of hanging on to it. It's not sitting on you, but if it were, this would be a lot worse.
Oh my god, that would be so funny.
This picture's
Anyway.
like you're hugging a bear.
Trust me that you don't want this thing to sit on you.
Oh, so this is just kind of awkward now that she's just kind of hanging from it.
You're just sort of giving it a hug.
Is it still aggressive? Does it still seem aggressive, or does it seem passive now?
It seems like it's being forcibly passive, but aggressive under the surface. Like, it doesn't want to be doing this. It's not interested in sitting down, but it is being made to. And you do get the sense from it, just because of how much it is still bristling. You, in particular, because you are physically touching this thing, you can feel its muscles working under the leathery hide it has, as it sort of flexes, and it seems like it really wants to stretch its legs. Or its wings. And you notice, as you are kind of hanging on from the back of its neck, that the shoulder protrusions that it has... Actually, roll me a notice if you would. Actually, no. Roll me a medicine, please.
Oh, the thing that I'm good at. Cool. Do I get my second stack?
Not yet. This is just kind of a reaction.
Okay. So 3 plus 1 is 4. Alright.
You are kind of squarely on its back, pretty much parallel to its spine, and on either side of it, where you know humans have the shoulder blades, the part of the shoulder where the where your kind of ribs attach and you've got your shoulder sockets, the shoulder blades are contracted and longer than they should be, as if a second pair of arms or some other appendage is pressed in and curled in on the shoulder blades.
That ain't normal.
All right.
Oh. I don't know if I should let it go or keep holding on to it. Does she know Wraith's in trouble?
Not yet, you don't, but it is also still Aurelia's turn. This
Okay.
is just a moment to react.
Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, Nell's gonna hang on to it, and if it flies, then I guess I'm going for a ride.
Have fun. Okay. The other one, the one that everybody had lost sight of, slowly gets to its feet. And as it stands up to its highest point at about 9 feet tall, long, gangly limbs, you see the broken butterfly on its chest rearrange itself as though cracked and shattered. And it slowly sort of shuffles into view. Arlia, you feel their acquiescence to you. They have bowed to your will to come into focus and sort of stand down. But you can also feel that there is a sort of revulsion to what you are trying to tell them to do. As if you're telling them to do something against their nature, and you feel them starting to fight back a little bit. Do you do anything else, Aurelia?
She might try to. Whoever's closest, or whoever sees her, to give them with sign language the notion that she can hold them for now, but she doesn't know for how long.
Huh?
How you doing?
Running.
Uh-huh. Running for your life?
Yep.
You find yourself sort of being swarmed on all sides as you are sprinting away. You see the God Rock behind you. Do you turn to look back?
No.
No?
No.
You're gonna hear it then. You hear behind you as the God Rock suddenly cuts with a shriek as more debris, more earth, more everything basically comes cascading down from the sky, or from what passes for a ceiling, and you hear the crunch and the crush and the squelching of tearing flesh as a whole bunch of people are suddenly flattened by the cave-in above. Aware of what was coming, but unable to move because of your god rock.
Fuck.
As you just killed a whole bunch of sleepers.
At this point, it was either him or them.
Roll me a will save.
What's my will? It's a 4, thank God. It's a 6.
Okay. For a moment, it is...
Oh, hold on. I didn't roll yet.
Okay.
It's a 4.
Okay. You see this for a moment, and there's a little bit of a whisper in your ear. The whisper doesn't belong to any voice. It's not your inner monologue. It's not your own thoughts. It's not a voice. But the words are still there in your thoughts. It's better for them this way, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm compelling you on your trouble. As the words in your head continue to talk to you. Wouldn't it be better if all of them were put out of their misery? Your friends, too. This is just so much pain, so much agony.
Wait, you said my trouble, right?
Uh-huh.
Fuck.
Do you accept?
No.
You resist the compel?
Yes.
Burn your fate.
Okay.
Go ahead and mark it as compelled. Do not mark A because you did not accept. What are your thoughts as these other almost alien thoughts come to mind for you?
He's going to try and think of other things aside from that at the moment.
So you're just anything else distracting yourself completely.
Anything to distract himself from those crunches and other things that he heard.
Okay. All right. So you're just going to sprint for what you perceive as the exit.
Yeah.
Okay. You start making your way towards that exit, and you see that all of the lucids that had been kind of overseeing all of the work on the perimeter where these sleepers are further digging it out, they have started to move to block your exit. You're gonna have to beat them there.
I do have a no. I am not going. How many God Rocks are we allowed to have per session?
You can have up to 2 total.
Okay. Baxter has 2. He's used 1. I really don't want to do that. But I might not have a choice.
Baxter, go ahead and roll me a notice, please. As you're kind of making your way towards the exit, you hear the sounds of scraping and scratching as behind you Jack descends from the massive sinkhole that you fell through. And you catch him moving on periphery as he makes it down to the bottom. As Jack did, while he did roll a 666, he also did roll high. Which reminds me, I forgot something.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
First and foremost, I forgot this. You guys are on the elevated table too, which is fun.
Shit.
It took us a while to get there. It didn't, at least it took more than session 1.
Hey now.
Yeah.
They satanized the house.
Only one of us managed to roll like 4 in a row.
Said sanitize the house.
That's satanized.
Oh.
You wanna keep prodding the GM?
No, not while I'm down here.
Talking to me.
No,
Yeah,
talking
but-
about me.
Oh.
No. You stop that, you.
I mean, I literally make direct eye contact with you and say, do your worst. So, yes.
As you are currently dangling from the side of a sinkhole and are about to fall into it.
Yeah,
Me too.
Sure thing.
Oh.
You already killed one of my characters.
I can kill more. Anyway. Okay. Baxter, you hear and see Jack come down to the bottom, sort of slide down the very large pile of the building that was left behind by Wraith. Don't worry about all the people that crushed Wraith, it's fine. That's not your fault, right?
No, great. More stress. I can get a bigger box. Hold on.
But Baxter, you do see that Jack has come to try to meet up with you, and he is down here now with you. Do you try to group up with Jack, or do you keep running?
I'll try to group up with Jack.
Okay, because I was going to remind you that Jack's athletics is far lower than yours.
Yeah.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Instructions unclear. Found a gambler instead.
Wow.
Hey. I'm lightening the mood.
Okay, so Baxter, you go to race to catch up with Jack. Go ahead and give me your athletics. 4 or better, and you will meet up with Jack, and you guys will be able to start making a plan. Yeah, you get there. Okay, you... Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say you should probably have Jack fix that shoulder.
Probably because you have not had a time or had a chance to deal with your shoulder, and your shoulder is still dislocated.
Yep.
Jack meets up with you, and you have a moment for him to take a look at your very damaged shoulder. That's Baxter. Jean, you are... do you want us to come back to you in a little bit, or do you want to try to take stock of the situation? Okay, you're going to take stock of the situation. Jean, go ahead and you can give me a notice with danger sense. You're a little bit distracted, but you do see that there is the creature in front of you has sat down. Nell is kind of still dangling from its back. You can kind of see that the others have also come out into view. You can see Aurelia on periphery. She seems to be taking some stress as she brings these creatures kind of to heal. Wraith is gone. The building that Wraith had been standing on has vanished. Jack has jumped into the sinkhole. You can hear the distant revving of engines, but there's so much chaos that you can't really pick out anything meaningful from it, besides the fact that everything has kind of gone to shit. But the creature in front of you has stopped moving, at the very least, for the moment. You can continue to try to attack it, see if you can put it down. Benji had been trying to talk to it to help you with your mission to put this thing out of its misery, but then Benji also disappeared. into the ground, into a hole. And you do see that Benji is kind of dangling from the side of a hole. There's a pipe that's sort of jutting out from the mud, and his scarf is wrapped around it while Benji dangles about 10 feet down. Does Jean do anything in this moment? How difficult would it be to pull Benji from the hole? Benji's a good ways down. You do not have your grappling hook because you are wielding the Executioner and an axe as your current weapons and hero item. And so for you to try to get down there to get Benji from the hole, you would basically need to do a climb. You could do that with either physique or with athletics because of kind of the nature of what you're climbing. And then you would need to basically help him up and help him kind of get footing, as where Benji is currently dangling, there is no footing. If for Benji to climb up, Benji's going to have to purely climb the scarf only with upper body strength.
He has a high physique.
He do, but he is also dangling from a scarf.
Yes.
And you are deeply lucky that that scarf is reinforced specifically for hitting people.
And strangling them.
Indeed. Jean, you're going to try to climb and try to do that. So you're going to try to climb down to Benji and give him a hand, pull him up so that he's on a little bit more stable footing. Jean, go ahead and give me your physique. For the audience's sake, I am reading for Jean as Jean is not feeling super well. That is okay. Jean, do a rest.
We're at 2 stacks now.
You can build your second stack now if you'd like.
Remember, you have to declare if you want to stack.
Yes. Okay, Jean takes on another stack.
I'm taking a stack.
It's not your turn, Cindy.
One retroactive stacking, since I know you forgot.
Yes.
Okay. You want to go ahead and re-roll that one? Go ahead and re-roll. There we go. That's a little better.
Even Dichotomy was confused.
A little bit. Okay. Jean, you start making your way, and you're able to reach down and offer your hand out to Benji. Which we will resolve in just a moment. As it so happens, Benji's turn is next.
Cool.
Do you say or do anything else, Jean, while you're climbing down? Jean asks, do we kill them or let them free when you get back up and talk to it? He asks this to Benji.
Do you want me to hold my answer until it's Benji's turn?
No, you can react. Jean is asking this in the process of climbing down.
Benji just kind of looks back up as he's holding on for dear actual life. I don't think we can bring them back from whatever they were. It was sad. It wants to... I don't think it's happy. It was willing to let us help it, and I'm pretty sure it understood that that was death.
Jean says, then I carry on for the Grudge Queen with my judgment.
You tell me what you need and I'll back you up. Just as soon as I'm not hanging here.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Jean climbs down. He reaches to offer you a hand as you are, I'm assuming, attempting to meet him kind of halfway, as you are sort of hanging down towards the bottom of the scarf.
Yeah. Can I build my second stack?
Yes, you can.
Cool.
Bean. Real quick. You're stacking till Judgment comes right now? Given what you're doing and the difficulty that you're doing it with, Jean, you get a free invocation of your ability. So Jean, you may go up to your third stack, whether or not you... Yes, you're on... Jean, you're on your third stack now. Benji, you're climbing.
Yep. Is that going to be physique?
In this case, yes, because you are purely pulling yourself up with body strength alone.
Okay.
Physique. The difficulty to meet where Jean is climbing down to is an 8.
Okay. I'm just checking. I don't think takedown is going to give me anything here. Okay.
Absolutely not.
Just checking.
You're not taking down the air.
Why not? That sounds like quitter talk. Does the scarf give me a bonus in this situation or no?
I would say no, because you're not wielding it so much as you're
using
at its mercy.
Wow.
You start to slip a little bit, but you manage to climb up and your hand flies out and you grab hold of Jean, who is able to start pulling you up. Both of you are fully kind of hanging off the edge of this sinkhole, so both of you are going to have to climb again soon.
Okay.
But Jean has your hand and both of you are climbing together.
Can Benji get the scarf free so that he can...
Roll me in athletics. For this one, give me a difficulty 5.
Okay.
If you don't meet that difficulty, the scarf is falling.
Well,
there it goes.
I'm gonna re-roll.
Okay. How heavy is that scarf again?
It's a thing.
Uh-huh.
Can... Oh no, I don't think I have anything I can use to re-roll this. Oh no. That's a problem.
That is interesting.
Yeah, So, I guess a question, oh great GM. That's a kind of important thing for at least one part of him.
Uh-huh. Roll me a will save.
Okay.
Remember, you get a +1 to
That is with the +1.
You grit your teeth. You know that below you is a maze entrance, and you know that Baxter is down there. Maybe someone can grab it. For now, though, if you try to reposition to grab it as it slips out of your grip and falls down, you will fall. You rolled well enough on your will that you have a moment, this is an inflection point, to choose to hold on to Jean and climb up and leave the scarf behind, or fall with the scarf.
From his thought process, the only thing he really has to fight with is that. He doesn't have anything else that he knows how to use effectively. And he can't help somebody if he's weaponless, because then it gets close to useless.
Can you help anybody at the bottom of a shaft?
Not necessarily, but
This is a decision point.
Yeah.
Do you want me to come back to you so you have a moment to think about it?
Yeah, because I have a feeling this is going to cause a problem, no matter which way.
All right, we'll come back to Benji. Nell, please roll me a random. Roll again.
Oh, okay. Fuck you, dichotomy. I thought we had something beautiful going.
One away from greatness.
Yeah.
Which is truly unfortunate, as your thought process seems to have been spot on, as the curled in appendages that are the shoulder blades begin to uncurl.
Do I have time to let go?
One moment. Aurelia, I need you to roll me a contested will.
Aurelia, please.
It is going to try to fly away unless, Aurelia, you're able to maintain your hold over it and stop it from going anywhere. So, Aurelia, go ahead and give me your will save.
You know, my will sucks.
I am, however, going to give you a bonus as you are using Saboteur. So, for the duration of Saboteur, you get a +2 on your will rolls.
Oh boy.
Please. Go on, Suma.
No. That's an omen.
Oh no. You said if any of us rolled an omen. Oh
no. I have a choice of going down in the hole or going up in the air. Because I would like that choice, please.
Huh. Well, hold on. Let me tick up the counter real quick.
Oh, Echo messaged me. Cool.
Are you keeping the omen, or are you going to let it stand?
I'm not going to let that thing stand. What do you mean? I have something to prove, and this is my dominance over this thing. I will just have something to prove too.
All right, go ahead and reroll.
Let me mark the real. God damn it! Oh, this is way better.
What is even famine?
Guys, it's dominance. It's Creed who saw it. It's like, oh, I like this one now because Aurelia's taking it all. She's taking this thing.
Fucking
It says
hell,
now.
Aurelia.
This is mine now. Bye.
Fucking hell, Suma.
The hunter is just like shaking in anticipation, like, oh yes, good, I trained her well.
As Wraith messaged me, and I will gladly inform you, when I said that if one of you rolls an omen, somebody's going in the hole, if Suma had not, or rather, if Aurelia had not crit after that, one of you was going in the hole. You're very lucky.
I nearly choked on my pretzel stick.
Well, don't do that.
But yes, it's critical. I'm just like, yo, hopefully
There's time to
Clean is
be a
not
salty
watching
piece
this
of
shit.
bread later. Now is not time for that.
I hope he's not watching. Anyway, let me go back into my corner.
No, you get out of that corner. We need you.
Suma saved my ass.
Nah, not yours. Probably someone else's.
Well, two actually. As it stretches its wings and moves as if it's about to take off, and then is forcibly made to sit back down again. Nell, you feel that it is unhappy with this decision, but you may now take your action.
Fuck. Where's the sinkhole compared to me right now?
It's about 2 feet to your left.
Oh.
It ain't far.
I don't know if I should hit it or do I run?
That's up to you. Jean made the mandate that Jean is going to try to end this thing.
Okay.
Or the Grudge Queen with Judgment. Judgment here is to put this thing out of its misery.
Can I take my second stack?
You may take your second stack.
Okay. I want a panic stack, please.
You may indeed panic stack now.
Fuck, if Jean's gonna... I'm gonna hit it.
Okay, so you let go and then you try to punch it, basically.
I want to break its wing.
Okay. Go ahead and take your attack.
Okay. 4 and 2 is 6. I'm not holding on to this thing. That's an 8.
It is going to roll in response. Okay, you do 2 shifts of damage. You hear a pop in the wing as you punch it like right up under the shoulder blade, and the wing dislocates. It's not broken, and you get the sensation that, the sense rather, that it's probably going to be able to pop that back in. But for now, it's not able to use the wing, at least for this round.
Okay. I'm gonna... If I move, is it gonna attack me?
Probably. You punched it. It's pissed.
Is there a way that I could stay in the line of sight of it, but still kind of move away from that sinkhole?
You can, yeah, you can circle around to the other side of it. That is something you can do.
Yeah, I'll circle around to the other side of it.
Okay. Anything else that you do?
No.
All right. That's Nell. Lincoln, you're putting the planks into position. You hear the revving of the engines as first Dax's crew shows up. You see Dax himself is in the back of the car, whether or not he should be. You see that a couple of the kids are in the front. You don't see Ash with them, but you do see some of the other kids that you had started to get familiar with as they pull up, and Dax rolls the window down and leans out. Here, things are going to shit. What's going on?
What the fuck are you doing here?
I couldn't stay behind, okay? Just what do you need?
Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay, here's the deal. There's a bunch of sinkholes going on. The talking heads are here. They're building something underneath the entire area, and it's all just about to go kaput. Alex is over there nearby the crane. That's where the majority of the supplies are going to be. Get the flatbed over there in the path that I gave you. Be careful. We need to get that stuff on there ASAP, and you guys need to hightail it out of here.
Okay, got it. Wisteria, go. And she will move on as you put the last pieces into place. You can hear what sounds like Atticus's crew on the way as they are in the bigger flatbed truck on the way. And then Damien is also on the way after having gotten a call from Atticus, yes?
That entirely depends on how their battle in the front is going.
Well, let's find out. Want to roll me a random?
I mean, not really, but since Damien is my character, I kind of have to.
Let's see if your luck holds the same way it's been all night.
Shut up.
In the double or single digits. Hey, there we go. Okay. The battle at the front is actually going fairly well. Damien and a lot of the In Her Teeth hosts that had opted to stay behind and protect the building are doing fairly well. The place is pretty well reinforced. If Damien needs to break away, Erica, the IHT host that you met, has indicated that she can hold things down.
Then Damien is going to push for the front with a couple of extra toys in hand.
There is definitely a ominous presence of Fortunate's son just coming through the woods as he's making his way across to the junkyard.
Okay. So Damien is inbound. You've got backup coming. You guys are slowly extricating yourselves from the various holes you found yourself in, for the most part. Most of you, some of you. And we'll figure it out.
If not two.
Is Lincoln aware of the broken sigil presences on these anomalies?
Roll me an investigate. Let's see if you've caught sight of them.
Let me re-roll that, please.
Okay, what you re-rolling with?
With your only fate point.
I actually have more fate points, thank you very much.
Not many.
Not many. Like, there's a reason I haven't activated Bell's Anthem yet.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, what would be a good one for this? Would I be able to use Them Before I or Keeper of the Compendium for this?
I will say Keeper of the Compendium would in fact be viable here.
Okay. In this situation, would it be easier to boost or to roll? Or to re-roll?
I would say you probably want to re-roll.
I will attempt to re-roll then. And I will pray that things will go well.
That's much better. And in fact, that is the difficulty you needed to meet as you sweep and you notice the creatures that have been kind of called out by Aurelia. They start moving into the center of the scrapyard, and you catch glimpses of broken symbols burned into their skin in like searing white.
Can you describe the images to me?
Sure. There are two broken scythes that are not crossed, but look like they may have been at one point. The creature with the broken scythes on its chest also is wearing a veil. There is the other creature, the very, very tall one that's kind of standing in the center now, sort of looming over the hole where Wraith's building had once been. And that is gone, by the way. That has collapsed fully. Yeah, it's right there. It's just kind of looking down at you, buddy. Its symbol across its chest, it has no discernible face. It has what looks like a butterfly that has had its wings ripped off. Of all different shapes and sizes. They look like they could have been categorized. And the final one, its symbol is difficult to spot as it keeps sort of drifting about its figure like music notes. The music notes almost, they look all cracked, like cracked porcelain, but each of them is almost dancing.
That's enough to deduce what each voice originally was, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna flag Atticus down.
Okay.
Once Atticus rolls up, I'm going to explain the other side of the situation. We got to get over there and we got to get out of there pronto. However, there are anomalies that are being structured from broken voices from within Redacre. There's the Grudge Queen, there's the original scholar that we had in there, and there's the dancer.
As Atticus is pulling up, he is sort of staring at you a little bit dumbstruck. What?
The talking heads had their pieces, their names pieces of Old Tongue, and he's basically stripped them apart to make them these anomalies.
Right. All right. What do you need me to do?
Do you have any idea on how we might be able to subdue this? Anything at all?
Atticus kind of rubs his face. He looks out. He can see the one that is standing, the one that is covered in butterflies, and kind of stares at it for a moment. Right, you said anomalies are people fragments of the Old Tongue in people. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Fortunately, I don't think there's a lot that we can do for them now, but we have to make sure that they're not as much of a problem anymore. Aurelia's already on her last legs with us.
Right. Atticus gets out of the truck and starts moving across the battlefield towards Aurelia.
Is this a cue for Lincoln to take over in the flatbed?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, Lincoln's
There-
gonna hop into the flatbed.
There are a couple of other hosts that are in the flatbed. Atticus had been driving. Lawrence is in the front seat. Grace is in the back seat. She kind of claps you on the shoulder. Hey there, boyo.
Hey, now that he knows he has extra people, is he able to see Wraith?
You see the hole where Wraith's building was.
Do I see the person Wraith?
Give me a notice.
Okay.
We'll call danger sense, given that Wraith is indeed in danger.
Wait, is my fate 2? Oh no, my fate is 3. Oh, hang on, can I re-roll those, please?
I will let you reroll,
Thank you.
given your terrible luck.
Ah, fuck.
Hey, listen, it's just
You know
a
what?
hole.
It's a 5. I'll take it.
Okay. Yeah, you see Wraith trying to climb back up the hole.
Is he struggling?
Wraith, go ahead and roll me another physique.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, all right, hold on. Just give me a moment. A little.
Lincoln's gonna point out Wraith for a moment. Please tell me one of you is very fast. Please help him.
Let's see. You've got Odd in the truck with you, so Odd hops out and starts sprinting over to where Wraith is at.
I'm gonna toss him my grappling hook in case he needs it.
He'll catch it and run over to try and help Wraith.
And I'm going to drive the flatbed.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a drive, as this is precarious terrain.
Okay. Am I allowed any sort of bonus with commercial driver and training?
I'll let you take a +1.
Okay. I'll also take this moment to activate Bill's Anthems, and I'm going to make my offensive drive.
Okay, that would be wise.
So,
How much fate do you have left?
now that you've given me a +1, I believe I am down to 2.
Noted. Okay, you start maneuvering the flatbed, and you see that as you are moving it over this terrain, you are probably going to want to find a different way out.
Yep.
Given that you were in a flatbed, you're probably going to need to plow through the fence.
Okay. I'm going to relay that information so Lawrence can pop his head out on the other side, so he can indicate with signals to let folks know that's the path we're going to take.
Okay. You start making your way over to where you're going to be loading up the flatbed. All right. Does Lincoln do anything else as you make it over there?
Once we make it over there, he's gonna have the brake on. He's gonna put it in neutral, and he's gonna pull out to try to help get more supplies onto the flatbed because they gotta go. And he would generously ask if the other NPCs could do the same.
Okay. They will hop out and start helping you load up. That is Lincoln. Jack is next. Jack is going to try to pop that deeply unfortunate dislocation back into Baxter's shoulder.
It's gonna hurt.
There is. Jack will give you something to bite down on. You're going to need it.
Yep.
I need to... medicine.
Oh, hey, look who it is.
Is it Jack?
It's Jack.
Oh my
hi.
god.
Um,
You can
Right
you
on
can-
time. As it is your turn.
Woohoo! All right, I kill Baxter. Anyways,
Oh.
Oh no! We have a traitor among us!
Jack just wakes up, looks over. Let me turn on the snooze. Kills Baxter.
Wow.
So Jack, you scaled down the side using your bullwhip, and were able to also ride part of the building that was under Wraith down the sinkhole. And so you have taken 4 shifts of physical damage. However you want to take that.
I'm going to fill up my stress bar.
Okay.
Just the 4 bucks. You don't have to do the rest of them.
Power I have now.
The 4 bucks takes 4 stress. The 3 bucks takes 3 stress.
Thank you.
Next, you're gonna tell me the 2 box takes 2.
I wasn't going to continue that, but you know, ipso facto.
All right, carry on. Sorry.
I'm explaining that because I had to. That surprised Baxter once.
What?
All right.
I like the
So-
fucking music cut out right as you said that.
I know.
Oh fuck. Anyway, so you have met up with Baxter in the basement. Baxter threw down a god rock, and prevented a whole bunch of sleepers from getting out of the way of being crushed by all of the debris that fell down here.
My
That's
bad.
awkward.
That body count is going to be great once it goes up there.
Oh yeah. I actually I need to roll. Hold on.
To find out how many he killed? Oh god.
Right, they're still gonna feel bad.
Let's do 3d20.
Baxter's murder killed 21 people.
Wait, what?
Just remember, it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, one of those was a crit fail.
Oh no.
21's still not a bad number.
Hey Baxter,
What?
I'm gonna need you to take an aspect at the end of this. Remind me.
Fuck, okay.
You can have one of my numbers.
Okay. But Jack, you have met up with Baxter. Baxter has a dislocated shoulder from hitting the ground as hard as he did. Are you going to treat him before you guys try to find your way out of here?
I have medicine.
You
Do not.
sure don't.
I just kind of say, all right, Baxter, are you able to walk?
Yeah, I can walk.
All right. Let's try to get out of here. He looks around. How can we get out of here?
There appears to be what looks like one major exit. It doesn't look like they got around to digging out the other tunnel. So there is one major exit. It is guarded by a growing number of lucids. This room is kind of full of sleepers who are excavating on the very edges of this very large chamber. The chamber is about 100 feet across from end to end. It is massive and circular, uncomfortably accurately circular. Very much this chamber looks like it has a very specific purpose. That said, there is the main door. It is getting sort of blocked up by lucids. You do see a pair of lucids that are standing in front of the door with their hands kind of linked. And you also see that there are a lot of sleepers that are still continuing work. Even though the lucids have broken off, the sleepers are not addressing you. Only the lucids are.
Cool. And the way we came down here is now sealed, I'm assuming?
It's not sealed, it's just that it's about a 50-foot drop from the top of this cavern to the bottom.
All right, fair enough. Jack looks down and is like, I have a plan. There's a lot of junk here right now, right?
Oh god, yes. Debris.
He's
for
going to
days.
grab something large and flat and kind of heavy.
Okay.
And Jack's going to use his superior physique to use it as a battering ram as they are going to charge their way out.
Okay.
And Jack says, you got some of those flashbangs, right?
Yeah.
All right. On my go, you're going to roll one out into that group, and we're going to make a battering ram through them.
Okay.
DM, what do I need to roll?
So you and Baxter are going to roll together because the two of you are doing something. You're going to first roll me your physique. Baxter, you're going to roll me your athletics.
I am going to use Jack's stocky build to re-roll that. Holy shit.
Better. Okay. You start...
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
I should have a fate 6, so should I just add +1 to that?
I'll let you re-roll.
It got me a 6.
There you go. Okay. You start charging with this thing. Baxter, you got an 11. Baxter is sprinting with you, helping you push it along. And Baxter, you may take an opportunity to toss a flashbang if you choose to, as you guys make it towards the door.
Yep, he's gonna throw a flashbang.
Go ahead and roll me a shoot.
My shoot would be... No, I didn't get a 20. Are you kidding me?
Huh?
21 body count?
Yes, Lindsay.
Oh my god.
That's the price of your murder.
Again, it could be a lot worse.
It could have been 60.
It had the potential to be up to 60. Roll your shoot.
A 7.
Okay. You huck this flashbang, and the Lucids are not able to stop you from smashing through them. Jack, please roll me another physique with advantage to see how much damage this does to them. Okay. 6 shifts. A bunch of them are going to have broken ribs or like busted or fractured arms as you plow through them and make your way towards the door. Go ahead.
That means they can't follow us. We keep going.
Okay. You haul ass and make your way towards the door. It will take you one more round to get to the door, but you and Baxter can act together and try to make your way on out of here. All right. That is Jack. Chance.
Murder hobo time.
It is time for the murder hobo. What's he doing?
He's gonna keep hobbling. He has to get to that crane. He has to do something.
Okay. The creature that had been about to pounce on you has kind of fucked off.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it's great. And so you are not impeded as you start racing your way towards the crane to where Alex is at. You can hear the crane's engine whirring to life as Alex seems to have figured out where exactly the change needed to be made for the wiring to kick this thing on.
Okay. Is there anything... So, the main threat is gone, but is there anything else that might be coming to impede progress on the crane?
Roll me a notice.
Okay. I have to roll with disadvantage. I'll take a 3.
Okay. You don't see anything that is sprinting at the crane. You do see Lincoln is making his way across in that direction.
Okay.
But other than that, the 3 creatures seem to have stopped fighting everybody. The only other thing that might be impeding with the crane is the fact that the ground is ready to cave in.
Is there anything that he can do to try to maneuver it away?
The crane or the ground?
Yes. Well, listen, I can change fate, but I can't change that much. Um, it's more, are they able to pilot the crane away from the falling ground? Or is it something that he's gonna have to hobble his way up to the top to try and start hucking things down?
From what you're seeing, actually roll me an insight if you would.
Oh, great. I know that skill is not great on chance. Let's see here. There you are. Oh, it's at least a 1. So I got something. That is not the right person, though. Here we go. It's a 2.
You probably communicate to Alex that the crane needs to pull back a little bit further towards the outskirts, or rather the perimeter of the scrapyard. You're really the only person that Alex would be able to see to get that message, so you're probably going to need to go and let Alex know where to go. And if you get up towards where Alex is at, if you're able to jump up like on the cockpit, even if you don't get in it with her, you'll be able to at least kind of eyeball where she can take it without having to deal with all of the extra console shit that's sort of blocking half of her view.
So this is what he's going to do. He's going to somehow crawl his way up with whatever level of body strength he has, being the skimpy little guy he is. I say little. He's a pretty big guy. He's just very skinny.
He lanky is what he is.
He very lanky. So he gets up there. He basically slides on his knees and he bangs with his palms against the plexiglass of the cockpit just to get Alex's attention.
Okay.
And then he's gonna point in the direction that she has to go.
Okay. So you are directing Alex, who will be able to move the crane on her next turn.
Yep.
Okay. That's the bottom of the round. We're about 4 hours in. Why don't we go ahead and take one final 5-10 minute break, and then we will come back for the potential conclusion. I will let you guys know that this will probably be a 3-parter as the cramps are coming back, and I am in quite a bit of pain. So just as an FYI. We'll be right back.
didn't need to walk in.
Speaking of which,
What?
let's check back in with Kira.
Thanks.
Plot, 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 plot.
Yay.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hi.
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 How you doing?
Great.
I don't know about you
Here.
guys. I'm doing wonderful.
I don't know how to feel.
I have water, even though I'm not having to hydrate. I'm still hydrating because I ran out of coffee. Coffee cup's all empty and broken.
Kira,
Yep.
the door closes behind you, but that doesn't feel strange or unusual here. In fact, that feels normal, natural even. As you step into the dark, you find yourself face to face with, well, yourself. Desaturated, though. All grayscale, perfectly mirroring you, as if stepping through a door of her own and turning to find you here.
Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Because there was a door in my brain library and it opened because there were lots of people knocking on it. So I decided to see what was going on. And then you're inside of here. And I think the door closed behind me, but that's okay. But you're here.
You find yourself with your back to another door, not the door you came through. And you get the feeling that the room itself has shifted perspectives, as if it has rotated around you, as the door back into your brain library opens behind the other you. I'll take care of this.
That's mine, though.
She turns and walks through the door.
Can Kira give chase?
Roll me your athletics.
Oh, dear.
Difficulty is a 5 to get to the door in time.
And I have no way of re-rolling or boosting.
You rush after her as she walks away from you. She stops in the doorway and turns back to look at you, and her eyes... That's the part that gets you. Her face is bone white, her hair is in grayscale, almost black. Her eyes are wrong. The sclera are black, the irises are white. And she looks at you and she smiles sadly and says, "It's better this way," and walks through the door and closes it behind her. In the infirmary, Kira opens her eyes. Let's see if William notices anything.
Righty.
He notices her eyes open. And he pauses as he catches a flicker of something. Something dark behind otherwise bright blue irises, as though they had gone black for a second and come back. Back in the scrapyard. It's the environment's turn. Let's see. Who among you is in trouble? Wraith, you're in trouble. Benji and Jean. Let's do the people that are on solid ground first. Who are near enough to the sinkholes to be in some shit. First and foremost, let's go. Lincoln, go ahead and give me a drive. Difficulty of a 5 or better to avoid a sinkhole that is opening up behind the truck.
Cool. Got it. I at least meet the difficulty. We'll call it good.
You meet the difficulty. The truck slows for a moment as you feel the pull of the earth beneath it start to give way, and you manage to lurch forward and out of the sinkhole that opens up where it had been.
Oh boy. That's nice.
Nell and Aurelia, please roll me your athletics, difficulty 4, as the sinkholes that you are near begin to widen. Okay, Aurelia, you manage to sidestep out of the way as it starts to spread in your direction. Nell, you likewise are able to move out of the way of it, still kind of circling the anomaly, or not anomaly, but the creature that you're facing down, and you avoid sinking down into the sinkhole as well. Now for those of you that are in some trouble. Your sinkholes are getting bigger, and therefore the difficulty for getting out of them is also a little bit high. Let's start with Jean and Benji. Jean and Benji, both of you are helping each other out, so I will give you advantage as you are both giving each other the help action. Wraith, you're kind of on your own, buddy.
Odd's gonna go help Wraith. It's okay.
Odd's gonna come and help Wraith. Let me go ahead and roll Odd's athletics to see if he gets there in time to give you the help action to pull you out.
This is fine with my damaged lungs and muscle strain.
How you feeling? Oh no.
Does it smell like blood in this hole?
A little bit.
That's not good.
Odd's gonna re-roll. He's gonna re-roll with one with the hunt. Or one with the hunt.
I'm gonna beat Odd with the stick.
Hell yeah!
Odd didn't want to get the stick.
Odd slides over, and now Wraith, I need you to roll me a random.
It's the meaning of life.
I have the meaning of life.
The meaning of life is a giant hole.
The meaning of life, the universe. Look, Wraith has the meaning of life, the universe, and everything.
Especially
I know
this giant hole.
everything. I know all.
As Odd slides over to try and help you, the part beneath him, the part of the lip of the sinkhole beneath him, collapses, and Odd likewise falls into the hole.
God damn it, Odd.
Come on, buddy. He's gonna re-roll again. He's gonna re-roll with the survival of the fittest. Okay. Odd barely catches the edge of another piece of shrapnel that is kind of sticking out. You hear the puncturing of flesh as it basically bites into his palm as he grabs onto it and is also suspended now over the giant hole. Odd is going to look to you, Wraith. This is good. Okay, we're gonna climb. And he is going to maneuver closer to you with his physique. Also 4, okay. In order to try to give you the help action to push you out. So, Benji, Jean, and Wraith. The first roll I need from the three of you is a physique roll, difficulty 5. To pull yourself up, you have advantage. Okay, Benji, you're good.
Just rolling it in case.
Mm-hmm. You never know, you could get a crit.
He
Or no.
wants to make sure he helps Jean.
You will beat the difficulty if you boost, right?
I will. How much fate do I have? Hold on.
How much fate do you have?
Not a lot.
If you do not boost, you are going to backslide. And pull Odd with you.
I'll boost with Elf Luck.
Is that an aspect we're all getting?
I don't think I have anything I can boost that with.
Top out aspect. Invoke Doom.
You could take a
I
point of
think
doom.
Doom's just gonna throw me in the hole.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. We have
Yes.
another way.
Mhm.
Could we shift our luck with Izzy?
You do have an Izzy luck.
Could Izzy's luck help us all get out of the holes and stable?
Not stable, but it can help you get out of the hole.
Guys?
You want to burn your Izzy luck?
Decided on as a team.
What is Jean roll to get out, first of all?
Jean,
I don't want to
are
waste the whole thing on Wraith.
Jean, are you able to roll, or do you want me to roll for you? Jean may have died.
Rip.
Oh, there,
Oh, wait.
there they are.
Jean's typing.
Physique. Do a physique. Oh yeah, he's got it. Jean, go ahead and roll with advantage, as you're getting the help action from Benji. Okay. So, Wraith, it is only you that will not be able to get out of this hole.
I don't want to waste the whole inspiration on Wraith. He'll backslide some.
Okay. You and Odd slide another 4 feet down the hole. You are now just a couple of feet above the bottom of where kind of the ground is, where the top of the chamber starts. And from that point, if you drop down another 3 feet, you will be free falling. Odd is
He's
going
gonna
to
look like,
panic
hey,
smash.
Odd! Got any ideas?
Odd, who is sliding with you, is holding on to this piece of scrap metal. His hand is bleeding profusely, and he's like, hold on, give me a sec. As he is holding onto you and holding onto this metal, and is not, because both hands are occupied, he cannot use the grappling hook. But he can say to you, I do have grappling hook on me. You could try to get to it. It's not an easy thing to do. We could try that. And that is something that you can try to do on your turn if you want to try to go for the grappling hook that's on Odd's belt.
I will keep that in mind.
Okay. Aurelia, you successfully sidestep, so you are not falling down the hole. However, Wraith, go ahead and roll me a notice real quick.
Okay. Danger? No danger.
Let's say Danger.
Danger. Okay.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Indeed.
That's the wrong thing.
At
We're
fate.
gonna at that fate, boys.
Hey, yo!
Nah.
You look up as you're looking at Odd, and you see something dark and towering and covered in butterflies lean over the mouth of the hole and look down at you.
And all of a sudden, Wraith no longer wants to climb up.
Odd is looking at you and has not seen this thing. But now that we're at the top of the turn order, why don't you go ahead and take your turn? What do you do?
He doesn't want to go up to that thing. He looks down and is like, hey, a hypothetical question for you.
Uh-huh.
How against are you going down?
Odd kind of looks past you towards the bottom of the hole where there is the collapsed building and then also some bodies. Well...
Now look up.
Odd will look up, and I need him to roll a will save.
Oh, shit. Right.
He doesn't know what to do.
Odd's gonna re-roll.
Please do.
Okay, well...
Damn it.
Well, the difficulty for that was a 3.
Oh no!
Can I give him some kind of help action?
Sure, I'll let you give him the help action so he rolls with advantage.
His help action is don't freak out.
Look up. Don't freak out. Odd. Okay.
Yay!
Okay, Odd grips even harder the sheet metal that is biting into his hand, and you hear more tearing flesh as it starts to cut into the tendons.
Oh.
Because this sheet metal is almost razor sharp. And he is going to just kind of hiss through his teeth. Okay, we're gonna need to do it. We gotta do it real careful. We gotta do it real soon. This fucking hurts.
Yeah. Wraith looks up, then looks down. He's like, oh, we're fucked.
Noted.
Would it be possible to get the hook and rappel down? Or at least attempt to do so.
Yes. So in order to maneuver yourself in such a way that you can grab the hook, or the grappling hook, it's going to be a 6 or better on an athletics roll. Once you get the athletics roll, it's going to be a physique roll to stabilize both yourself and Odd. Odd is bleeding profusely from his hand. That metal is getting very damp, very slick.
Yeah.
He is losing his grip. So, let me put it to you another way, Wraith. By the end of this turn, you're going down one way or another.
Alright. We ball. I'm gonna try to get the hook and take as less damage as possible. You said a 6 for athletics?
6 for athletics.
Eight.
Okay. The difficulty on the physique is going to be a 5. Odd is giving you the help action for this.
Thank God. Oh, thank God. It's a 4.
If you boost, you make it.
Boost that bitch, boost it!
You forgot the problem that got us into this situation in the first place. I don't... Since Odd's here... Can I use band together and boost it?
I will allow it, yes.
Okay. I will boost it.
Okay. You stabilize yourself. Odd slips a tiny bit, but is still holding on. His breath is becoming ragged because the pain is getting really, really intense. He's going to roll one more will save.
Odd, please.
Buddy. I cannot hold on much longer. You gotta do something now.
Shit. Wright's going to... He's gonna wrap his legs around Odd's waist and try to stabilize him that way to try to get this hook into whatever he can to stabilize them both, because they're going down either way. So he's gonna try to keep Odd stable as best he can.
Okay. So you try to stabilize Odd. Odd's gonna go ahead and roll physique with advantage. Okay, he is stabilizing. Still not in a great position. You've got the grappling hook. What do you do?
I'm gonna try to wrap his arm around the rope to have a good grip on it. He's like, okay, you ready?
Yeah, good. Let's do it.
He's going to try to get, as they let go, just hook it into anything to try to at least steer as they fall.
Okay. Roll me your luck.
What's luck?
Hopefully better than it's been tonight.
Why do you hate me? That's mid, isn't it?
It is not.
Oh, good. It's just low. Fantastic.
It's a high-low, but it is low.
It's a high low. Maybe I should have rubbed Chance before I came down here. Benji, I need to borrow your mop bucket boy.
Chance's
on,
luck
I need
has
him first.
also been dog shit tonight, I will remind you.
I need him first.
Where the hell is RTD?
I need to remind you that I had to use Call the Shots to try to make our last major luck roll mid.
I'm gonna need you both to like headbutt RTD and get some more luck here, man.
We're
I guess
working
the
on
boys,
it.
Busy at the moment.
We're working on it.
I guess the boys took it fighting Mordecai then. It's fine.
No, Pit Boss outside is a little busy holding down the fort right now.
That he is.
Fine, he gets a pass this time. Alright, how tragic is this?
Well, you slide down the rest of the way, kind of angling yourself so that you don't just immediately drop like a rock and you can kind of control your descent. You try to hook the grappling hook into the side before you hit the bottom where the top of the chamber hits, and it slips. You have an opportunity though, Wraith. You can throw the grappling hook, you can try to hook it into the ceiling, and swing your way closer to somewhere you can climb down. The difficulty for that is going to be very high though. You want to give it a shot?
Yeah, I would like to do that. Actually, question. What's odds position to mine? Like, is he
is kind of above you, like holding on to you as you two are dropping.
Okay, so if I swing, he'll at least also not go sploot.
He will swing with you. Yes, he is holding on to you. If you warn him in advance, he will be able to brace himself.
Wraith's gonna yell, "Alright, we're gonna try to do a thing."
Okay, that's fine. Let's... Alright. Odd is also going to roll his luck to see if this helps. Alright.
Hey, look, someone's got a good luck roll tonight.
Nice.
Somebody's got it. The only other good luck roll we've had tonight, except for like the odd 800, is the fucking Hail Satan.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack. I mean that
You're
without
welcome.
sarcasm. Alright,
Happy to help.
so what is it to throw the...
That's a shoot. Your
Oh my
difficulty
God.
here is going
Uh-huh.
to be an 11. Or actually, so it's a scaling difficulty.
Okay.
It's an 11 to get to the edge of where you're going to be able to dangle, and from there you're going to have to figure out what the fuck else to do because you're not close enough to actually hit anything and swing. If you hit a 13 or better,
Uh-huh.
you will be able to swing your way onto a handhold on the other side of, or not the other side, near the wall of the chamber. As you didn't fall directly in the center, you fell sort of offset to the side, so you are close enough to the wall that you might be able to swing far enough to get there. This is not going to be a fun drop.
It's not, and I'm probably gonna screw myself over asking this. Do I have to roll this at disadvantage because he did not bring his inhaler?
I will say
Bruh.
in the moment, the adrenaline coursing through your body is enough to hold it at bay. The moment you get down, that changes.
Oh.
Benji has the backup inhaler.
You have fight or
You
flight
guys-
active.
Hooray! Alright, so... And I'll take way too much damage if I try to eat another stack, huh?
You would have to take, because you just recently stacked, you would have to take about 9 shifts of damage.
I'll wait another turn. Well, at least half.
Mm-hmm.
So, shoot. My shoot is at 11 exactly.
Okay. You throw the grappling hook, it embeds into the ceiling. You swing away from the hole as more debris comes falling down, and you and Odd are now hanging from the grappling hook. It is secure for the moment, but it is holding the weight of you and another adult.
This is fine.
But for the moment, you are not falling to your death.
Not yet.
That is Wraith. Alex finishes hot wiring the vehicle, or hot wiring specifically the crane. The engine roars to life and it revs, and you have control over the crane arm. Chance has pointed you in a direction to move away from the sinkhole that is expanding near the crane. Alex, I assume you drive the crane away from the sinkhole to where Chance has pointed.
Yeah, she's driving the crane away from sinkhole and trying to get in position to move the parts they need.
Okay. You move and reposition the crane. Go ahead and roll me a mechanics and a drive, please. Ob, can you roll athletic or mechanics and drive for Alex, please?
Yep. I'll do the mechanics first.
Okay.
Just one roll or two?
One of each.
Okay.
Alex, do you want to keep the one? I would recommend you re-roll the drive.
Oh, hold on. I rolled the wrong number for drive, actually. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead and re-roll.
Didn't change the result, but it's the right number now.
Great. Alex, you want to, in that case, if it is just a one, you're probably going to want to boost.
Metal gives me focus. I think that's actually related to the music necessarily, but
That is for music, not for actual steel.
ha.
What's the difference? Come on.
Nice try, that one. We keep trying to switch to where I can see my assets. Oh, lots of bumping. If let's see, can I boost with the planner or the tinkerer?
I will allow a boost with the Tinkerer.
Okay, so yeah, boost with tinkerer.
Okay. You move the vehicle just out of the range of a sinkhole that opens up. As it starts to sort of list, the ground beneath it is depressing a little bit. You know that your time is getting shorter, but you have help as Lincoln pulls up nearby as well with the flatbed.
Yeah, so once she's out of the range of it, she's gonna start moving everything and like coordinate with the people in the trucks.
Okay. Aurelia. You feel them pushing back against you as one of them feels like it wants to leave. The one that is looking over Wraith starts sinking down as though it wants to climb down after him. The one that is that had been fighting Jean and is now getting punched by Nell, it also seems to want to fight. The other one is sort of just kind of standing there, sitting on the ground. What do you do right now, Aurelia?
She will most likely get all of the three together in one place so that the one who wants to fight doesn't get that thing. The one who wants to climb down and potentially scare more people to death cannot do that either.
Mm-hmm.
And she herself is moving away from the hole.
Okay, you're moving away from the hole.
Yeah, no, she doesn't want to go down there either.
No, it's not a great hole. What do you want to do? You want to try to command them again, or tell them to get away from people? What do you want to do?
She will try to command them to get away from the people and to not attack any of the, in air quotes, kids, aka her team.
Okay. You're gonna go ahead and need to roll me a contested will against them this time. Go ahead and give me your will roll first, and then we'll see what they need to beat, and at that point you'll have an opportunity to boost or reroll if you'd like.
Oh boy. The bonus of 2 I still have, probably.
Yes.
Right. Good. Well.
Okay, that one doesn't. That one meets. Okay. The one that was standing over the hole, the one that is covered in butterflies, very slowly starts to climb down, but then kind of stops halfway down, pokes its head back up, and just stares at you.
That is kind of creepy. You're not going to go down there, are you?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Is this in line of sight from what Chance can see?
Not fully, so go ahead and roll me a notice.
Okay. I rolled that on the wrong character, but okay, we'll go with it.
You can see Aurelia, you can't see the hole.
Oh, I'm not looking at the hole. I wanted to see the anomaly.
No, you can't see it from there.
The head that's poking out of the ground, out of seemingly nowhere.
Never mind then.
You do not see the weird Diglett.
Whoever called it a Diglett, I love you.
That was me.
Oh, god damn it, I hate it. Because I have another meme in my fucking head, thank you.
Wait, if the three of them are together, does it make it a Doug trio?
I don't
know. Oh my fucking
if they're
piece
all
of
in the same
shit.
hole. But at this point, they are
no.
not. Okay. Aurelia, you have activated the deck. There are 3 rounds left of your control here. Just as an FYI. Do you do anything else besides, staring contest with this thing?
Well, it's just having a staring contest with that one. Trying to talk it into getting out if it doesn't want to listen by force.
You're gonna try to talk it into coming back out.
Yeah, she's just like, yeah, I'm pretty certain you don't want to go down there.
Roll me an empathy.
Empathy, what is that?
Or a rapport, whichever is higher.
That I don't even have. Hey yo. I have one thing, not the other.
You feel almost a sort of grumbling from it. It doesn't do anything audible, but you kind of get the feeling of like pouting almost from this thing.
It's like, hey, fuck you.
It really wants to go down.
But you don't want to go down there. It's where you got messed up in the first place. You don't want to go down there right away. Might as well wait for the hole to be done. Being bigger hole.
It slowly starts to lower its head again.
God damn it.
Do you do anything else?
I don't think he can do much.
I assume you're going to try to stop it from going down the hole next turn.
Yes, and get it out again. Before I start throwing my lockpicks at it.
Baxter. We'll go ahead and have Baxter and Jack act on the same turn this time. What are the two of you doing? I assume you're hauling ass for the door.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Same as before. Jack, give me your physique. Baxter, give me your athletics.
Steven.
Okay. You guys are charging through the remnants of the Lucids, and you charge towards the two that are standing directly in front of the door as they refuse to move. And you realize that if you continue with this battering ram at these two people, you are probably going to seriously hurt or potentially kill them. Do you continue?
If they don't move, they get run over.
Well, wait, are these different guys? These guys we already plowed through.
These are different Lucids. So you had plowed through a bunch of Lucids that were standing between you and the door, but you were about halfway there. There were still more that were between you and the door. You have plowed through the rest of them. There are still two Lucids standing between you and the door. They are the two that are holding hands, and their backs are to the door itself. You can continue and plow through them and also the door, but it will probably kill them.
And if we stay here, there's a good chance we die.
I mean, look around you. They have no intention of letting you leave.
Yeah. Jack figures, and since the voice falls out, that it would be a just course of action that not trying to kill them, but if they die, they die. Though he doesn't like it, shit happens. That's not the word he would use, but you know what I mean. Baxter, you already said we just were going to go straight through, right?
Yeah.
All right, do you want me to roll? Holy shit, dude.
What?
12, anyways. You want me to roll, or?
Roll me one more.
Oh, now I roll decent.
Do you want me to roll as well?
When Tara's like, you're going to kill people, now the dice are like, yes, blood.
Do you want me to roll too? Or is the 12 okay?
The 12 is fine.
Okay.
As this is just getting the shove. You hear the cracking of bones and their screams as they are torn away from each other, and you plow through the door. The scream of metal as it shoves open is difficult on the ears, but the sensation that these two people have just died to stop you does not leave you as you plow through that door and make your way into a very dark tunnel beyond it. What do you two do? You're standing in a dark tunnel.
We keep moving.
Okay.
Yep.
Roll me your athletics. See how far you get.
Ah, yes, Jack's athletics.
Baxter, are you pulling Jack along?
Yeah.
Because if not, you're leaving him behind.
No, he's pulling him along.
Okay. The two of you are kind of hauling ass down this hallway. Jack, yeah, you're being pulled way faster than you should feel like you are able to run. This doesn't feel good. Your legs are probably going to hurt later. But as you guys make your way down the hallway and you hear the fading sounds of the chaos behind you as your body counter goes up.
How many?
Just the two from the people that you just killed. You'll have to deal with this later.
Mm-hmm. How many did he kill with the God Rock?
21. So you're up to 23.
Fuck.
Oh man, you're almost at race 38.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That you helped with, Vampire.
That is true.
So wouldn't Baxter be at
Are you
50?
Are you trying to have a contest
No,
of who has
no,
the
no,
higher
no.
body count? This is our body count right now from one single session.
That's
We
true.
went
You
from
win.
0 to 23.
You win, Senti.
What do you get? Horrible trauma.
Trauma.
Horrible, horrible trauma. Anyway, I'll go back to shutting up.
God, I wish I had a fucking noisemaker or one of those, you know what I mean.
Confetti poppers.
Yeah.
The little kazoos.
Yeah,
Hold
those
on.
things.
Really?
Close
Really?
enough.
Are you surprised?
No.
Except it's just really sad. Like, you committed murder.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's gonna
Just
be
the
a
very
disaster
With
for the
a
rest of
cake.
your life.
At least you tried.
Mm.
At least you gave it a shot, unlike some people.
You guys are hauling ass. Jean and Benji, you two are going to act together as you two are both dangling from the side of this hole, and this hole is getting bigger.
Yep.
Are you two climbing out? I would assume so, since Benji, you have decided you're not gonna jump after your fucking scarf.
Wow. Thanks for making me feel like shit for something like that.
Don't worry, I'll make you feel like shit for not jumping after it later.
I fully expect a big problem related to it, actually.
So, you guys are climbing?
Yep.
Okay. Benji and Jean, you both are trying to climb your way all the way back out of this hole. Please give me your physique. You are both giving each other the help action.
Does improved stamina come into play at this point?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Jean, you're at 3 stacks.
Yeah, you got a stack for free.
You're not able to stack again yet. You had just stacked on the last turn, so you are currently at your 3rd stack. In 3 more rounds, you guys will be able to bump up to your 4th. Those of you who can.
Hooray.
The two of you begin to slowly climb your way back up out of the hole, and the difficulty here having been a 7, you are able to climb to the top of the hole. Jean, you're able to climb all the way out. Benji,
Oh, I forgot to roll. I forgot to roll for advantage.
Oh, go ahead and roll again.
Hey! We make it out!
Okay. Both of you climb out of the hole very narrowly. Both of you are very tired, but you do get all the way back out again. As Jean, you help Benji fully leave this giant sinkhole. You turn to look. You see that Nell is fighting the creature, and that it is on its knees, but not because it wants to be.
Thank you for laughing at that line.
I'm laughing at Jean.
Uh-huh.
But with an X. Okay. So we'll come to Jean. Actually, Jean goes before Benji does. So Jean, you're gonna attack.
Oh, I was gonna say, can Benji help by trying to just hold?
I will say because Jean is gonna act before you, not in this case.
Okay.
Jean, go ahead and make your attack.
He did ask a question.
Let me see. Can Jean dual wield? I will say because it is a two-handed axe, if you dual wield, I will have you rolling your fight at disadvantage. Okay. Go ahead and take a swing with that axe. It is not able to retaliate. Do you want to keep that, or do you want to try to reroll for more damage? Okay, go ahead and let me know what aspect you want to use to reroll, and roll it again. I will allow it. Go ahead and mark it, and you may reroll. Goddamn. Jean, you take a swing with the axe. Where do you aim for when you take that swing? He rushes forward, axe lowered, dragging behind him since he's short, but raises it to cleave from the side right at the base of the neck where it connects to the shoulders. The veiled head clings to its shoulders by threads, and as it slumps forward, Nell's blow to the back shoulder, dislocating one of its almost bat-like wings. It flails its unbroken wing once as if it's trying to move up and away from all three of you, and it staggers. The head topples off its shoulders and it hits the ground.
I get covered in blood.
You sure do.
Oh, man.
It is a deep, mottled crimson, almost as though it's been dead for a long time, or the blood had begun to coagulate or something, as it splashes out and staggers. The veil sort of pulls back away from the face, and you see something almost human. It's got eyes, sort of, a nose and mouth. It tries to speak wordlessly as its lack of oxygen obviously provides a problem there. And its lips move as if trying to convey something to you. Its dark eyes turn on you and then they roll back and close.
Is the head still attached, or is it?
The head is no longer attached.
Jean sets the axe down, and he kneels by the head. Could he tell, like, is it potentially... Jean didn't really talk to a lot of the grudge hosts. He joined the club late, but could he have possibly known them?
You may have known one or two hosts of the Grudge Queen.
Okay. He turns the head to make sure it's facing the sky, and he goes to close its eyes.
Okay. Its body and head hisses its final exhale, and it goes utterly still. Benji.
Bungie is going to kind of look around.
Benji, roll me a notice, please.
Okay.
As you're looking around, as you see what happens with Jean, you see Nell kind of splattered with blood, and then you notice the body. You notice the symbol on it, the broken sides, but you also notice something else. Its skin is kind of mottled and stitched, very leathery, very much as if it had been tanned. You notice that the stitching on the skin, the way that it is sort of bind, is hiding imperfections, differences, you're not sure. But you notice that on the back of its left arm, kind of above, like just above its elbow, there's a number. And that number is 3.
Is there any inference I could try to make off of that?
You can roll me an insight. I'll tell you that the difficulty, because you're missing key pieces, is going to be very, very high.
I'll still try.
What you can infer is this. Typically, you don't number something unless you have several of them to number. You vaguely understand how the makers work, the talking heads. There are 2 things that you can suspect about this. 1, that it is the 3rd in the trio of things that are here. Or 2, that it is a 3rd of its kind of the things that are here.
So either that it's part of a set, and that would only be able to be validated if he could see the other 2.
Mhm.
Or that the process of de-stringing was one that could be done and transform multiple things into whatever these are.
Potentially. Those are the kind of
Right.
conjectures that you can make just from your initial inference.
Okay. The other thing with the notice, you said that the stitching looks like it's hiding imperfections. Does it look like it's joining different pieces of something together before the tanning process happened?
A little bit.
So would it be reasonable to assume that the stitching itself might just be the joining of multiple hides?
Yes.
Got it. What else aside from that, and given where he was close, is he also covered in some blood now too?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
You've besmirched your tie-dye.
Well, yeah, this is great. He'll apologize to Izzy later. Can he see the others? Like, what does a quick scan of the field tell him now?
Wraith is gone. Aurelia is still in the center. Atticus is racing towards Aurelia. You see the crane is moving. You see the truck is over there. You see the hosts have jumped out of the truck and they have started to load things into the flatbed. Alex has started moving things with the crane onto the flatbed. So progress is happening. The mission is going forward.
We're just missing
some
people.
But also
There's
Baxter's
hosts.
gone, Wraith is gone, and Jack is gone.
Cool. And had he hadn't seen Odd, so he doesn't know that Odd is there with Wraith. Okay. Then he's gonna look. Ground is getting really unstable. Can you two make it to the out and see if we can help getting things loaded in?
You're talking to both Nell and Jean, I assume?
Correct.
Okay, Nell and Jean, you are able to respond. This is a reaction. Nell and Jean.
Give me a bit.
Nell, are you muted?
Yeah, I guess. She's not happy.
Being covered in what you hope is actually blood and not something worse.
Yeah. She's mumbling something about wanting she should have stayed at the fucking she should have stayed in the infirmary.
Welcome to the field. But Nell, you notice that some of the club kids have come in, and so you see Dax nearby trying to help out with things as well.
Is the hole still getting bigger?
Yes, it is.
joy.
And that's why Benji's asking if you guys can get out and get to the edges and help.
Yeah, she'll move over there. Start to go over there, I guess.
Okay. So Benji, you've asked Nell and Jean to head over there. We'll hear from Jean in a moment. Nell starts moving towards where they're doing the loading. What are you doing?
Benji sees Atticus heading towards Aurelia. Can he shout out to Atticus as well? Is it too far to shout?
No, you can shout to him. What do you say?
You need a hand out there?
Wouldn't hurt.
On my way. And Benji's gonna book it.
Okay. Benji, go ahead and give me an athletics.
Okay.
You start racing towards sort of the center of things where Aurelia is at. And Atticus is as well. Or
Yep,
rather, where
he's-
Atticus is running.
He's going to meet with and try to help Atticus with what he's doing.
Okay. Nell, you're racing over to the group to try to help with the loading. Go ahead and give me an athletics if you would.
Does she see anybody hurt, first off?
Not up here. The people that are hurt happen to be down below.
Of course they are. Okay. Because that would be her first concern, would be to help people that are hurt.
You don't see anybody injured up here. So you see that everybody seems to be mainly rather focusing their attention on getting the loading done for the flatbeds.
Okay. And all those other creatures are gone.
No. You can go ahead and roll me a notice. You can see one of them poking its head up from the center of the big hole where Wraith had been, and now is going back down in the hole very slowly. The other one is just kind of sitting very, very still. It's just off to the side, not moving yet.
Is it close to the truck?
It is not. It's on the other side of where the hole was.
Okay.
So far, Aurelia seems to have them contained for the moment. But they don't look happy about it. If whatever they are can have a look.
And I'm not going down in that hole. So
What's wrong? It's a great party down that hole. Ask Baxter.
Yeah, it's a hole of a time.
Holy crap. Mine was better.
Shut up. But it sucks.
It's a sinkhole. What did you expect?
Yep.
But you do see that Dax is kind of directing some of the club kids from their car. The hosts that came in with Atticus are working on helping with the crane operation and making sure that they can get the scrap up onto the magnet to move onto the flatbed. So you see that there's a lot of heavy lifting that's happening.
Okay, she'll go over and help with that, I guess, because I don't have anything else to do.
Okay, you go and heavy lift. Mm-hmm.
There's not any like clean water around here, is there?
This place is nasty. I wouldn't touch that shit with a 5-foot pole.
But it's raining, right?
Yes, into the dirt.
Rainwater is also not very clean.
It's quite nasty.
She has a thing with being covered in blood.
Yeah, it's not
Well,
fun, huh?
that's kind of a tough shit thing to do with in the
Yeah.
field.
Compartmentalize. Later.
It's fine.
Mission for trauma. Go.
Okay.
Congratulations. You're learning this now.
Nell, go ahead and give me a physique as you go over and start helping with the loading.
We're on our third stack, right?
Second.
You guys are on your second.
Second.
Jean's on the third stack because Jean
Okay.
did some badass things. And the judge is pleased.
So. That's an 8.
Okay, you help them move the heaviest pieces of the pile of the shielding up onto the magnet, and it pulls it up and drops it onto the flatbed as you come and join them and basically cut the work time in half.
Cool.
All right.
She'll try to focus on like the heavier shit.
Okay.
Because I have a good physique. So she'll focus more on the heavier stuff, getting the heavier stuff loaded. So they can get out of here.
Okay. Hey, Lincoln. You're
Ah.
so prone to disaster right now. Please roll me another luck roll.
Oh, why?
Things.
Ah!
Okay. Nothing that you see happens.
Oh. Oh. Oh no.
It's fine.
Is it? Is it really?
It's fine. What are you doing, man?
I'm not sure it's fine. You're giving me a false sense of insecurity here.
Is it a false sense of insecurity?
Yes. Because sure, it's fine on my end, but it's totally not fine elsewhere. Insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
As for what I'm doing... Wait, is it actually my turn right now?
Yes.
So things are moving along steadily, but now we got to come to the next hurdle and obstacle that we're going to have to deal with. How the fuck are we going to get out?
Mm-hmm.
So Lincoln's going to back away from the lifting and getting everything onto the magnet to try to scope out how they're going to get the trucks out of here.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigate.
Can I attempt to pull either a host or Dax with me to try to give ourselves an advantage with more people looking?
It would probably be better for you to grab a host, as Dax cannot leave the back seat.
That is fine.
He is just kind of leaning out the car and helping direct where he can.
I am going to grab Grace.
Okay. Grace limps over. She's on a crutch, but she's still mobile, so she can still help.
Yeah. Given between the two, I think Grace might be the best at thinking outside of the box on how the hell we're going to get out of here.
Okay. What you need to
Definitely not. Okay. Lots of sinkholes. I don't think we're going to be able to make our way back out the way we came in. We got to find another way out.
Uh-huh.
So,
Noticed.
Any ideas? Take anything at this point.
Grace is going to go ahead and roll a notice first.
Okay.
She'll re-roll, I think. With
I think I'm going to re-roll too.
This would be wise. Grace is going to re-roll with pay attention, bitch.
I'm going to re-roll with my trouble.
Okay. Are you now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I refuse to believe.
All right, and then an insight.
All right.
Grace also has a fun.
Given the public evidence that we have, can I apply proof with evidence to this situation?
Sure.
Okay. Oof. I'll take it.
As the two of you are scanning, looking around at the growing sinkholes, looking at kind of what you have for options, you see that a lot of your roads back out of here are quickly closing. The sinkhole that had been below the massive building that Wraith had been on and is now underground. That one is expanding at an alarming rate. And the sinkhole, the main sinkhole, the big one that had swallowed the mountain of cars that Baxter had been on, that one in particular is getting much bigger. It is about to swallow the security house, the tiny guardhouse. And as you are looking, it does indeed do that as it sort of collapses and disappears. As you see it do so, though, you scan back and notice that there is a section of the fence that is weakened. That is a little ways away from the sinkhole. It might be a bit of a run to get there. You're going to have to navigate around some things, but that particular part of the fence is very weak. And so you could plow through it without risk of losing anything on the truck.
Okay. Will everyone else be able to follow behind?
That is the question. Anybody who's not on the truck is going to have to hoof it out. And they might be able to follow through the hole that you make as long as the other sinkhole doesn't get bigger.
Is there any possible way that we could... There's no way we can slow a sinkhole. But is there a way that we can create a path that can navigate around it in the amount of time that we have?
In the amount of time you have and the instability of the terrain, not really.
Okay. Do we have everything that we need?
Alex is moving the last pieces onto the flatbed, and with Nell helping with the actual loading, you are almost done. You guys probably need until the end of Nell's next turn to have everything loaded up, but you are effectively about 75% done. Everything's just about loaded. The last pieces that you need are kind of the ones that needed to be on top, and so they are the ones that are getting loaded last.
Okay. Head count. Where is everyone?
Well, good question. You see Wraith is with a decapitated body. You know where Nell is.
You mean Jean is with a decapitated body?
Yes, that's correct. Jean is with a decapitated body. Wraith's in the hole. You don't see Wraith. You don't see Odd. You do see Benji running towards Atticus, who is running towards Aurelia. You do not see Jack, who's obviously gone. You know where Alex is. She's in the crane. That's pretty much everybody.
I know Alex and Baxter have to be together at this point because Jack and Baxter are together at this point because Jack jumped down for Baxter.
Yes.
And given that there have been no signs of vicious mockery from the talking heads yet, it means that they're still alive somewhere. Mm-hmm. Wraith is the biggest de facto because Odd's not there as well. So using common deduction, it means that they have gone down into the hole.
Yes.
Is there any sort of plan that Lincoln can make for the people in the hole to try to evac as fast as possible? Because they're probably going to get swarmed here in a minute. If they haven't been already.
Roll me an insight.
Okay.
I just need to point out Jack and Baxter. Sounds like
yeah, I thought that this was the same thing.
At least it's not Jack and Daxter.
We could have made a joke about that. You're right.
Very much the thing. Like Jack is this very tall, beefy dude, and then you got Baxter with mildly red hair. It's fine. It's perfect.
It's brown.
It looks
his
red.
hair is brown.
It's very brown.
All right, that's an 8 for the insight.
Okay. With an 8 on the insight, the best thing that you think you could probably do right now is get everyone out of here so that the sinkhole stops destabilizing. The more you guys are moving around, the more you guys are causing problems up here on the surface, the worse it is down below because it is actively driving the sinkhole to widen. The ground is very unstable. The second thing that you probably need to do once you are able to clear everybody out of there is find an entrance to the maze. You're going to need to get everyone out first. But if you could find a maze entrance, you can try to meet or guide Jack and Baxter to your location to the maze exit and hopefully get a voice involved who's able to help outside of the duolith. That is, you suspect, keeping a lot of voices away.
Okay. This is an out of the box question.
Mm-hmm.
Jean's equipped with Saboteur right now, right? Or did we just bring one?
Jean, I think you do
Wraith
have
has the
Sabo.
other one.
Wraith has the other one?
Yep.
You had Jean bring another deck.
Right. I
Okay.
couldn't remember which one brought the other one, but I remember bringing 2. Outside the box question. If we're able to get Atticus, Aurelia, and Benji down near Wraith and Odd, could they use a double saboteur to end up in a random location that we might be able to pick them up from?
No. Saboteur doesn't let you jump from place to place.
I know it doesn't allow us to jump from place to place, but I know it is able to shut down the song where the red doors have access to. That is where the random factor comes in, because it can end up anywhere.
No.
The
Red doors
the-
have specific endpoint and or open points and endpoints.
Okay.
the reason it worked before was basically sliding through connections, and then the second time, Benji knowing how to use them.
Right. I understand that. Okay. Either way, the point is moot.
You guys walk through a red door and then walk through a door nexus. If they tried to do that, they could try. Yes. But that may not work the same way this time with the way the song is currently amplified.
So the best thing that we can do right now is get everyone else out first, come back, try to get the people that were still down there.
Yes. Well, we'll not necessarily come back here, but try to find a maze entrance somewhere outside of the scrapyard. You're very aware that there is definitely maze entrances all over the place. There have to be. There's hatches left and right. There has to be a maze entrance for them to be able to escape from the maze. There have to be access tunnels, maintenance hatches, all kinds of shit. There's no way they would want to exclusively rely on red doors in the event of an emergency.
Okay. So, in this situation, I need to call down to everyone that's down the hole to get into the maze, and we'll try to find them.
Okay.
That's my understanding of what we need to do. So, once they got that figured out, first, gonna make the game plan with everyone here. Everyone that's driving, everyone that's going to be assisting with the getaway. He's pointing directly towards the chain link fence. That's where we need to go. Once that last piece is loaded, we gotta hightail it out of here. You guys get it? Got it?
You say to everybody who's near you, that's going to be the hosts. That is Nell and Alex and Chance. Jean is a little bit too far away to be able to hear you unless you guys turn your comms back on.
I am gonna try to flash Gene because I don't know if he's gonna be able to turn his comm on or not.
Okay.
I need to DM you a question, Arcana.
Yeah, Gene doesn't have comms because he smashed his phone. So yeah, I'm tracing him with the same Morse code, basically to signal to Gene to get over here. And once
Gene, you have been flagged down.
Once that's done, Lincoln's gonna try to make his way, not near the hole, but enough so his voice can rebound, and he's gonna call out, "Rafe! Stop!"
Rafe, roll me a notice.
From my precarious position, sure. It's Lincoln, so I assume no danger?
I will say no danger here.
7.
You can hear him yell. It's very, very, very faint.
He's going to look up and immediately regret it because Mr. Loop-de-Loop is coming down the hole, but just be like, ha, yeah?
You need to get into the maze!
He's gonna look down. Like, yeah! Got it!
We'll try to find you. We need to get everything out of here first. Low profile.
That's
that's an incredibly big ask. He knows, but he has to return to his other work.
He looks back up at the looming monster over him, like, Attempts will be made.
And with that, Lincoln's gonna go ahead and get the truck ready to mobilize the minute that last piece is on.
Okay. Jack, you're running with Baxter, so we'll come back to you at the top of the next turn order when Baxter goes again. Actually, real quick, Jack and Baxter, go ahead and roll me a luck, please.
Oh no.
Don't worry, guys. I've had such great luck this game.
Technically, he's not wrong.
Yo!
Baxter, reroll, please.
Why do you make me do this?
You stabbed me in the back.
Because 622 is mid.
Who do you want
Hey,
to be
you
your
guys-
Who do you want to be your tiebreaker?
Izzy.
You want Izzy to be your tiebreaker?
Yes.
Dice appears in her hand.
Yeah.
We stand Izzy in this house.
You
Is he for
two-
president?
You two
Is
are
he for president?
sprinting down an empty hallway, illuminated only randomly and occasionally by a pulsing red light, as you sprint away from that massive chamber and all of the death that you may or may not have caused in it, and further into the maze. With no obstructions. For now. Do either of you pause to do anything during this time, or are you just hauling ass?
What is there to stop and do besides run?
Well, Baxter has a super dislocated arm, but, you know.
He'll be fine as long as no one fights him.
Hey, Jack can physique that back into place.
No.
I could, but then Jack would have to carry Baxter.
What do you mean carry him?
Only until he's done
It's just a
screaming.
dislocated arm.
You know how painful it is to relocate a dislocated
I do.
arm?
I've
Wrong.
done it twice before.
Wrong, though.
Yes.
Then you know you would be carried.
Yep.
So. Okay, so you guys all ask. Chance, you're up.
Okay. What can he do to help?
You're kind of directing Alex and sort of helping her with the navigation portion of like lowering the magnet, picking things up, dropping things. You see where everybody's kind of going. You can see Atticus moving towards Aurelia. You see Aurelia still trying to keep control over the two remaining creature things. The species of which is entirely not something you give a shit about. You can see Benji is sort of racing over there. It looks like everybody is mostly trying to focus on getting the last of the supplies loaded and out of here. What you can do is up to you. You can try to rendezvous with the rest of your team. You can try to help load, since we know how high your physique is. Yeah. Or you can try to rendezvous with the rest of your group. You can try to get over to Benji.
He's gonna stay with the group, but he wants to get a vantage point to see where these creatures are going. So that's gonna be the movement portion of his action, because he wants to get good line of sight of everything that's going on. And once he gets there, he's going to hold his action. He's holding his action to basically stack the deck against all these different caricatures if they try to attack something.
Okay.
Mainly his party. Because man, does he have a lot of stress, and man, does he have roll the dice.
You sure do. All right. So you're going to basically hold your action.
Yep.
Okay. Your action is held. right. Just making a quick. Aurelia, I need a contested will roll from you as Atticus gets close enough to the hole to suddenly draw something's attention.
This thing is not happy. I can see it. Let's see. Hey yo.
It's gonna re-roll. Okay. You see it start to climb out of the hole.
Hey yo.
We come back to the bottom of the turn order. Things go very quiet. Aurelia, Saboteur is still kind of flaring out. You have one more round of it left after that, or after this next one. And you see that the piece of broken whatever, the thing covered in butterflies, crawls back out of the hole again. You see that the creature covered in musical notes stands up. One last thing from everybody. Need a group luck.
Don't worry, you can trust me. Maybe not.
I mean, I rolled a.
Oh my
Oh!
god!
Hail stand!
Oh! Hey, wow, I didn't roll the lowest now. And we got another hail Satan on our last look. Oh, great.
I am so upset right now. You know what, guys? It's been great. I'm just gonna go. Nope, that's my cue just to leave. Thanks, guys.
Oh,
Oh,
hold on.
look at this wild luck. Uh-huh.
We're tied right now, aren't we?
Hang on. I have to increment your hail Satan counter.
I know.
Let's see.
I'm so upset. I've been dancing around it. So
Technically a high roll if it helps.
no, not yeah, I mean, but it's a high roll.
Alex, re-roll for me, please. Technically low.
Now we're low.
Is this something that I should bump up the mid, or is this something we should use inspiration on?
This is not something that you can stop.
Oh, great.
The hole beneath the broken melody, or the ground beneath the broken melody, rather, falls out. It stands up, gives you a tiny wave, and is gone as you see the ground cave in beneath it and it collapses down below. You see the other one, the one covered in butterflies. It crawls out of the hole, and as Aurelia tries to exert her influence over it again, it is forced down onto its knees as it looks up and reaches a hand out for Atticus, claws extended as if it wants to rake them into his chest. Inches away from him as he slides to a stop and backs away from it. And that is where we're going to drop the curtain tonight.
Oh.
Good.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I have anxiety.
Everything is fine.
Mhm.
I'm just hanging out.
I have a question.
Yes?
It's about Kara.
Uh-huh.
Should I ask it later?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Right.
Give my Kira back.
She woke up, guys.
Yay.
Don't worry about it.
Well, we will be
But-
back in 2 weeks to see the thrilling conclusion of this last final run before the deliberative.
Woo.
Oh boy.
Say goodbye to chat,
Like,
everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye, chat.
That disappointed me. You should have stopped this.
Yay! More 666s. I'm so happy. How fucking exciting. Thank you everybody for tuning in today. This was a lot of fun. I was expecting them to not roll as badly as they did on their luck, which is why all the sinkholes ever have opened. Well, you know. But alas. Thank you everybody for tuning in tonight. I super appreciate you. We will be back on December 2nd, with the conclusion of the oh my god, my brain is shutting down. With the Secrets of the RQZ series of sessions. As there is still one more major secret to uncover out in the RQZ aside from the broken that they have run into. Once we come back from that, we will probably be off. So we will be back on the 16th and then the 30th probably. So we will be likely taking a break partway through December just to allow me to make some adjustments to things, but we will keep everyone posted. The Misfits will not be on next weekend as it is Thanksgiving weekend and a lot of us have some other things going on. So the Misfits will not be back until the 9th of December. In the meantime, we have the horror show playing on Monday, and we have the Spuds and the thrilling conclusion of that chaos and mess on Friday of next week. So tune back in and we'll see if anybody or everyone survives. We'll find out. Have a good night, everybody. Stay awake.